The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Coram. Danielson. Donovan. Fenberg. Fields. Gardner. Janelle. Gonzalez. Hanson. Heisey.
Yes.
Heisey. Holbert.
Excused.
Hawkes Lewis. Hawkes Lewis. Holbert's here, but Hawkes Lewis is not. I called Hawkes Lewis twice. Oh. Okay. Here she comes. Here she comes. I thought. Oh, no, she went out that way. There you go. Hawkes Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundeen. Moreno. Pedersen. Pedersen. Back there. Priola. Priola.
Absent.
Call him again. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott.
Here.
Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. So we got to go back to Gonzalez.
Yes.
Gonzalez. You were up there last time.
You're out. You have to be in the chamber.
Holbert. Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Would the good senator from Aurora please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning. On this beautiful morning, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal of Wednesday, May 26, 2021 be dispensed with, and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 27th, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 33, 176, 269, 271, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 282, 283, 286, 287, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 190, correctly revised House Bills 1012, 1068, 1069, 1085, 1094, 1150, 1195, 1214, 1228, 1238, 1273, 1278, 1284, 1292, 1293, 1296, 1300, 1305, correctly re-revised House Bills 1027 and 1232.
Committee reports.
May 26, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1276 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations. Favorable recommendation. May 26, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1275 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1230 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1209 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Finance. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1311 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Finance. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1312 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Finance. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1318 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Finance. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 272 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Finance. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1279 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Finance. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1288 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Finance. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1314 be amended as follows. So amended be referred to Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. May 26, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1216 be amended as follows. So amended be referred to Committee whole with favorable recommendation. May 26, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1283 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1302 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 26, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1319 be referred to the Committee whole with favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 26, Committee on Transportation and Energy. After consideration, the Merits Committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 264 be amended as follows. So amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Third reading of bills consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the bills listed on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1293 by Representative Snyder and Larson, Representative Woodward and Bridges, concerning a modification to the threshold below which a bank need not use a credentialed appraiser to appraise property reflected in its balance sheet. Senate Bill 282 by Senators Bridges and Woodward and Representative Snyder and Van Winkle, concerning an extension of the small retailer exemption to the sales and use tax destination sourcing rules. Senate Bill 269 by Senators Winter and Smallwood and Representative Michelson, Janae, and Van Bever, concerning licensing respite child care centers and in connection with making appropriations. Senate Bill 274 by Senators Moreno and Representative Herod, concerning a sustainable model that is not embedded in the child welfare system for serving facility students and in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 275 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, Representative McCluskey, concerning measures related to clarifying federal income with disabilities education act, child fine responsibilities between state agencies and in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 276 by Senators Moreno and Representative Herod and Ransom, concerning residential placements for children with intellectual and development disabilities in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 277 by Senator Moreno and Representative Herod, concerning a funding model used to determine child welfare services allocation in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 278 by Senators Moreno and Representative Herod, concerning reimbursement for replacement of children out at home placement and in connection with making appropriations. Senate Bill 280 by Senators Fields and Cook and Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning crimes that are bias motivated. Senate Bill 286 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, Representatives Herod and McCluskey, concerning the distribution of money received under the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for home and community-based services in connection with making an appropriation. House Bill 1094 by Representative Doherty and Van Beber and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning the transition of youth in Colorado's foster care system to successful adulthood and in connection with making an appropriation. House Bill 1278 by Representative Exum and Senator Sonnenberg, concerning meeting requirements for the boards of special districts. House Bill 1296 by Representative Byrd and Baisley and Senators Pedersen and Heisey, concerning the codification of executive orders pertaining to limited gaming in connection therewith, allowing licensed applicants to submit fingerprints after the initial submission of an application, eliminating the statutory limit on the number of players permitted in the game of blackjack, and allowing a casino operator to divide its lawful gaming space into more than two non-contiguous spaces. House Bill 1305 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Pelton, and Senators Wilton, concerning the practice of mental health professionals and in connection therewith clarifying education and hours of practice required for licensure or clarification as an addiction counselor and establishing supervision privileges for certified and licensed addiction counselors.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1293, Senate Bills 282, 269, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 280, 286, House Bill 1094, House Bill 1278, House Bill 1296, and House Bill 1305.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills listed on the consent calendar? Are there any no votes on any of the bills listed on the third reading of bills consent calendar? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 269, House Bill 1094, House Bill 1278.
Mr. Minority Leader, stand by. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I think I set a high score. I think it's. So. That's okay.
Mr. Minority Leader, please proceed from the beginning, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the top, I request to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 269, House Bill 1094, House Bill 1278, and House Bill 1305.
The Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on the bills listed.
Ready? Yes, sir.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on 269, 1094, 1278, and 1305.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on those bills.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1278.
Senator Woodward will be recorded as a no vote on 1278. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1305.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on 1305. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1293 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Priola, Scott, Smallwood, Rankin, Cook, Lundin. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 282 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Heisey, Priola, Cook, Scott, Liston, Lundin, Smallwood, Pedersen, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Lee, Janal, Kolker. Please add the President. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 269 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Rankin, Gonzalez, Janal, Hawkes Lewis, Hanson, Buckner, Danielson, Kirkmeyer, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Kolker, Fields, Rodriguez, Woodward, Lee, Priola, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 274 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Rankin, Gonzalez, Kolker, Zenzinger, Fields, Priola, Bridges, Pedersen, Winter, Buckner, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 275 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Janal, Zenzinger, Winter, Kolker, Story, Buckner, Lee, Pedersen, Gonzalez, Fields, Kirkmeyer, Quorum, Priola, Smallwood. Please add the President. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 276 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Zenzinger, Winter, Gonzalez, Buckner, Story, Danielson, Pedersen, Quorum, Priola, Smallwood, Janal, Kolker, Fields, Cook, Kirkmeyer, Lee, Heisey, Lundeen, Sonnenberg, Woodward. Please add the President. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 277 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Zenzinger, Rankin, Kolker, Priola, Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Janal, Pedersen, Lee, Fields, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 278 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Bridges, Gonzalez, Buckner, Rankin, Priola, Story, Pedersen, Janal, Kolker, Hawkes Lewis, Danielson, Kirkmeyer, Quorum, Winter, Liston, Fields, Woodward, Smallwood. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 280 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hawkes Lewis, Moreno, the Minority Leader, the Majority Leader, Danielson, Rankin, Scott, Gonzalez, Janal, Buckner, Lee, Priola, Story, Lundeen, Hanson, Rodriguez, Pedersen, Winter, Kolker, Fields, Bridges. Please add the President. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 286 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Danielson, Liston, Story, Kolker, Hawkes Lewis, Smallwood, Lee, Zenzinger, Priola, Winter, Bridges, the Minority Leader, Woodward, Buckner, Pedersen, Janal, Gonzalez. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1094 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Simpson, Kolker, Kirkmeyer, Hawkes Lewis, Quorum, Janal, Priola, Moreno, Fields, Danielson, Bridges, Pedersen, Lee, Story. Please have the President. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1278 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Story, Priola, Quorum, Rankin, Kirkmeyer, Scott, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1296 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Cook, Moreno, Priola, Liston, Lundin, with a vote of 32 ayes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1305 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Simpson, Sonnenberg, Priola, Moreno, Danielson, Story, Janal, Kolker, Lee, Pedersen, third reading of bill's final passage. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1214?
House Bill 1214 by Representative Wiseman and Bacon and Senators Coleman and Lee concerning increased eligibility for procedures to reduce collateral sanctions experienced by defendants in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1214 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1214 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Gardner, Simpson, Woodward, Rankin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Scott. With 24 aye votes, 11 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1214 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Hawkes Lewis, the Majority Leader, Buckner, Story, Gonzalez, Pedersen, Hansen, Winter, Bridges, Priola, Donovan, Kolker. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1300?
House Bill 1300 by Representative Wiseman and Neville and Senator Smallwood and Zenziger concerning healthcare provider liens related to charges for healthcare provider to a person injured as a result of the negligence or wrongful acts of another person.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. We move House Bill 1300 on third reading, final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there discussion regarding House Bill 1300? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1300 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Lundin, Priola, Gardner, Liston, with 30 ayes, 5 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1300 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Gonzalez, Story, Buckner, Janal, Pedersen, strike. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 176?
Senate Bill 176 by Senators Winter and Pedersen and Representative Lantin and Gray concerning protections for Colorado workers against discriminatory employment practices and connection thereof, making appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 176 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I got up and spoke about this yesterday, this bill, 176, and I had an amendment that would have required that the state would not be able to enter into non-disclosure agreements. And it didn't pass. 18 of you thought that no, the state should get to have non-disclosure agreements with guardrails. When I submitted my amendment, when I talked about my amendment, I was basically kind of told, don't worry, we'll take care of this later. We're putting guardrails on the state. I was told I must really not like the Secretary of State, even though I don't know her and I've never met her, as if somehow my motive for my amendment was political, was being impugned. You know, I sat here for, I don't know how long it was, a few hours, watching the show, watching the scene that was being put on, notebooks being opened up, papers being handed out to other fellow senators. Here's what we want you to say. Here's the difference. Unlike in private business, elected officials, Supreme Court justices just really can't be fired. Unless they break the law, then you can get them out. But you really can't fire them. You know, in private business, some person goes around harassing, bullying, intimidating, sexually harassing, discriminating, threatening. Hey, you can get rid of them. But elected officials, you can't. Supreme Court justices, you can't. They don't get fired. Instead, apparently, we think it's okay for elected officials in their capacity to threaten, to intimidate, to bully, to harass, to discriminate, and then cover it up. Cover it up in a non-disclosure agreement. In a settlement agreement where they have a non-disclosure agreement says you can't talk about it. They muzzle state employees. I'm just going to read you a section out of the legislative declaration of this bill. Attempts to interfere with employees' ability to communicate about and report alleged discriminatory or unfair employment practices are contrary to the public policy of the state. I don't think so, because we get to have, the state gets to have, whichever branch you're in, gets to write non-disclosure agreements, gets to put in settlement agreements that say things like the employee shall provide a copy of the recording she made of communication between herself and a justice of the Supreme Court. The employee's possession of this recording being disclosed during the settlement negotiations for this agreement. We get to say that the department, if the employee signs off on this, that the department shall remove any disciplinary actions and documentation pertaining to such actions from the employee's personnel file. Sounds like a threat to me. We get to threaten 34-year-olds 1 year out of an Ivy League school, get them to sign a non-disclosure agreement, keep her on the payroll so she's got a full year to go find another job. We still get to do that. We also get to have elected officials in their capacity, the Secretary of State, require an employee to sign a release and settlement agreement. I guess I can't say they required them. They just put in the settlement agreement, in lieu of termination, we'll accept your resignation after you stay on until I can get that position filled. And then I'm going to tell you what you will tell your subordinates and what you will say to the press. And we even put that in the settlement agreement. It's been an honor to work for the secretary and the terrific team at the department. I'm excited for new opportunities and have agreed to stay on to ensure a smooth transition. I don't get to mention the part that I only worked here approximately a year. And does everybody understand that in state government, there are a lot of positions that if you have worked less than a year for the state, I mean, the year, that's a magic number. 365 days, that's a magic number. Because in that first year, they don't have to have cause. You can just be fired. They can just say, sorry, you're not working out today, and they can just let you go. After a year, you essentially have a property right. And they can't just fire you. So shockingly, pretty close to 1 year after this employee had been hired, she now has a settlement agreement that says, we won't terminate you, we'll let you resign, as long as in return for that, you make sure and say really nice things about the Secretary of State's office. So to say that I'm disappointed with our actions yesterday, that we don't think that elected officials, that state government should be held to a higher standard, that would be putting it mildly. I think it's disgraceful that 18 of us thought it was still okay for elected officials to bully, to harass, to intimidate, to threaten their employees, to threaten others just because they're an elected official, and then on top of it all, get to cover it up and muzzle those state employees that are paid with public funds. I think that's disgraceful. And it's not hypocrisy, it's fraud. I've gone through this session in committees, on this floor, listening to several people give sanctimonious lectures and speeches. Guess I'm giving one now. I think it's disgraceful.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes I feel like we are talking about different bills here in this building. So I agree, and the other sponsor agrees, that we needed to actually level the power dynamic when it comes to the employee and the employer for the non-disclosure agreements. Through extensive negotiations, we actually had to bring that back a little bit. But what we're doing here is we're making it better, not just in the private sector, but also in the public sector. We're not saying that anyone who is working in the public sector will not have their ability to be part of this conversation and decide whether or not they're going to have a non-disclosure agreement. So I'd like to talk about, actually, I think from the previous comments, this is a bill that you should support because we are making this better so that the dynamic is not so unfair for employees. So let's talk about the problem. Previously, people who brought claims of sexual harassment against their employer under CADA are denied the opportunity to resolve their claims with the company unless they agree in terms and conditions that would prohibit employees from disclosing the facts of the sexual harassment they experience. This lack of accountability on the part of the employer protects serial predators, provides little to no incentive for the company to correct what may have been systemic and cultural problems, and leaves the door open for sexual harassment to continue. So what we're doing here is actually really important, and it includes the public sector. And My co-prime sponsor can talk about the policies that we have here around legislators to make sure that there is a public trigger here so that this would go public. But in this bill, what we're doing is we're giving victims of discrimination a say in whether a non-disclosure agreement is part of any settlement. This is absolutely critical. They aren't forced into this NDA. They are also able to decide some of the reasons that survivors don't want to come forward is because they actually don't want that public attention. They don't want this to be out publicly. They want the NDA. They want their identity to be under the, they don't want it to be public. So allowing these employees to discuss the discrimination they suffered with family members, religious advisors, and mental health providers, this is also really important, and other advisors. So they can still have these discussions even within this NDA. It requires any non-disclosure provisions to apply equally to all parties to the agreement and avoid these provisions if either party makes material misrepresentations about what happened. So if an employer is bad-mouthing an employee and misrepresenting what happens, then they are actually able to come publicly and talk about what happened. Requiring the CCRD to provide a charging party with copies of previous charges against the same employer after redacting the names of any earlier charging parties. So we are not protecting public sector employers. We are actually bringing these measures in both the private sector and the public sector to make sure that NDAs don't confine people and what they're able to do to push them and force them into this NDA like previously. So according to the previous comments, I think that this would be really, those were in favor of what we're doing right now.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to talk about our policy we have in this building for ourselves as elected officials. Now, there's many elected officials in Colorado, but for our policy, in our policy, we have a process where if a legislator is found more than likely to not, after an investigation, after a process, to have harassed someone, we publicly release their name. That was actually a big fight in this policy, to get that public release of a legislator's name if they were more than likely to not have harassed someone. And I did not say yesterday, don't worry, we'll take care of it later. I said, I want to continue this conversation because I actually think the agreement we came to for the policy in this building, which we talked about in other areas as well, that there was a process. When we talked about this policy, we had massive discussions on what due process is. And we landed that if there was an investigation, if we redacted documents, if we made sure that the survivor who came forward, their identity was protected, if the investigation showed that it was more than likely to not have happened, at that point, that is when we held an elected official that has the title senator or representative accountable in the public. And I think it was the right balance. And I am saying I will work on that balance for every single public servant in the state government. But having no NDAs in the state government is a disservice to those coming forward. Because the number one reason people don't come forward is fear of retaliation, fear of doxing. Members, one of the interns that came forward in this building was doxed when she was figured out who she was. And she was terrified. And she was 19 years old. If she has the courage to come forward and wants an NDA, that needs to be her privilege, her right, her ability to stay anonymous. And so, yes, should public officials be held to a higher standard? Absolutely. Did we make sure that happened in our policy? Absolutely. I did not say this wasn't a problem and we would just dismiss it. I said I'd work on it.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know how naive you all think we are, but I'm just going to say this. I've got 2 settlement agreements here. One is with the Secretary of State's office, and it says very clearly in here, this isn't about protecting the employee. This was about protecting the Secretary of State. In lieu of termination, you do all of these things in this agreement, including don't disparage the Secretary of State, and we'll accept your resignation. Otherwise, we're going to terminate you. That's a threat. In the judicial one, I read part of it already, but let's just be clear how this one came about. This non-disclosure agreement, which I found out judicial basically makes everyone sign a non-disclosure agreement. Why is that? Why is that? And these agreements, at least the Secretary of State agreement, was written on the employee's way out the door. And you all know who she is, and you know she's a political person, and she probably wanted to make sure that her reputation and her career wasn't jeopardized by a Secretary of State who's threatening to fire. In the judicial one, let's not forget what happened here. There was more than one. A 34-year-old, 1 year out of law school, hadn't worked there that long. Why does she need a settlement agreement? There's a lawsuit. And I want to be clear, I didn't say don't vote for the bill. And this is what we do down here is we debate. And there's opportunities for amendments. And there's opportunities for discussion. And saying we'll work on that later. When would that be? Next session? 3 years from now? And let's just let the problem continue? But in the judicial one, this was a person who worked for the chief. She was the chief of staff. She was preparing to make a memo, make public a 2-page memo regarding sex discrimination lawsuit. These aren't just mild little things that we can say, oh, we put parameters on those. These are public elected officials. These are people that are public employees, paid with public taxpayer dollars. We have the right to know what's going on. So let's not be so naive and not act and we can just brush this off and think you can lecture me again. I didn't tell people not to vote for your bill.
Members, let's not personalize the debate. The Senate will stand in brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Further discussion regarding Senate Bill 176. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 176 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner. Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Lundin, Scott, Rankin, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Simpson, Liston, Cook, Woodward, Priola, Smallwood. With 22 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 176 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Gonzalez, Hawkes Lewis, Bridges, Story, Danielson, Buckner. Mr. Majority Leader, Donovan. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 279?
Senate Bill 279 by Senators Story and Simpson, Representative Roberts and Valdez D. concerning delinquent interest payments for property tax payments.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 279 on third reading and final passage. Urge a aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of Senate Bill 279 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Cook, Smallwood, Bridges, Woodward, Heisey, with a vote of 26 ayes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 279. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 279 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sonnenberg, Gonzalez, Moreno, Rankin, Quorum, Hawkes Lewis, Pedersen, Majority Leader, Fields, Priola, with a vote of 26 ayes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 279 is passed. Co-sponsors.
I just did that. Do it again. Do it again. More hands.
The president will find himself $5. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1292?
House Bill 1292 by Representative Baisley and Mobley and Senator Story and Heisey concerning a requirement for reporting revenues derived from sports betting activity.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1292 on third reading and final passage. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1292 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Woodward, Lundin, Scott, Gardner. With 28 ayes, 7 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1292 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Liston, Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 283?
Senate Bill 283 by Senators Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning cash fund solvency and the creation therewith creating the cash fund solvency fund to allow the state controller to transfer money to certain cash funds with anticipated cash deficits, which amounts will be later repaid, transferring money to the marijuana cash fund and making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 283 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 283 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Smallwood, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Gardner, Simpson, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Heisey, Lundin. With 26 aye votes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 283 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Priola, Rankin, correction on that last vote. The vote was 25 aye votes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused. Co-sponsors currently have listed Gonzalez, Moreno, Priola. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 287?
Senate Bill 287 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, Representative McCluskey and Tatone concerning funding sources for the Office of Information Technology and connections therewith creating the Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund, increasing the amount of money that may be transferred between items of appropriations made to principal departments of state government and to the Office of Governor and making appropriation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 287 on third reading and final passage.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 287 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Lundin, Gardner, Woodward, with 31 aye votes, 4 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 287 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges, Priola, Sonnenberg, Danielson. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1012?
House Bill 1012 by Representative Rich and Mulligan, Senators Peterson and Quorum concerning the expansion of the prescription drug monitoring program to track information regarding all prescription drugs prescribed in Colorado in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, my dear President. We move House Bill 1012 on third reading, final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1012 on third reading, final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Gardner, Minority Leader, Liston, Woodward, Rankin, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With 26 aye votes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1012 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Lee, Winter, Buckner, Priola, the Majority Leader, Story, Kolker, Danielson, Winter, Janal, Moreno. Rodriguez. Please add the president and Senator Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1068?
Please. Your name's on it now, so.
House Bill 1068 by Representative Michael Janae and Titone and Senators Moreno and Smallwood concerning health insurance coverage for an annual mental health wellness examination performed by a qualified mental health care provider in connection with making appropriation.
Is there any discussion? Or, excuse me, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1068 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I do want to spend a moment on House Bill 1068. I don't think I have a reputation for being shy about talking about bad health care or bad health insurance bills. So when we see one that's done in what I would view as the right way, I want to give equal time to that. So I'll spend the next couple hours going through why. We're not. I missed seconds on this one. So what I'd have you do, colleagues, is briefly, if you're interested, take a look at the introduced bill and take a look at the re-engrossed bill and notice the significant changes that were made between the two. The introduced bill is something I would have opposed. Introduced bill says, guess what? We think this is an important health insurance benefit to add, so we're adding it. Just because. And we've heard bills like this over the years, and we're going to hear more bills about this, like this. We think this is important, so we're doing it. What you'll notice in the re-engrossed bill is what, in my opinion, is the right way to do a health insurance bill or a health care bill, whether it includes a mandate or not. Because there's been significant changes to health insurance law and things have been added, but what you'll notice in the re-engrossed bill, if you go to page 3 and look at line 25, what we talk about is that the Division of Insurance shall conduct an actuarial study to determine the effect, if any, on the coverages that are required in this subsection and what that's going to do to premiums. So I'm certainly not the smartest person in the chamber by any sense of the imagination, but I do have a hunch that sometimes when we make decisions in government as to what should or should not be covered in health insurance, not only is it good for the patient, but it's good for the system, and that ultimately it drives costs down. So when I started in the health insurance business, things like immunizations for kids weren't covered. Things like mammography on a preventive basis weren't covered. Things like Pap tests weren't covered. Things like well baby exams weren't covered. Things like oral contraceptives weren't covered. And to somebody who doesn't pour through claims data literally on a weekly basis, those might seem like good things. Like if we add coverage for Pap tests, that's going to drive the cost of health insurance up. But guess what? After actuarial studies, we found that when women get regular Pap tests, claims costs go down. When women get regular mammography, claims costs go down. And I have a hunch that when a preventive benefit is added for mental health, we will also see claims costs go down. I supported the bill expanding oral contraceptives for Medicaid recipients because I felt pretty strongly that if you give a longer prescription, people who are taking oral contraceptives will be less likely to have very expensive procedures in the future that the taxpayer would be responsible for. So the senator from Fort Collins and I got in a little bit of trouble, I would say, this year in proclaiming that actuarial studies are a good thing, and when people are proposing changes to what should or should not be covered in health insurance in our state, that an actuarial study would actually give lawmakers like us, policymakers like us, the hard data that we need to determine, does this make sense or does it not for the long-term impact on premiums? And I will tell you, some changes, not very anecdotally, pay a little bit of money today to save a lot of money in the future. We are in a mental health care crisis in this state right now, particularly for young people. I was up here when we were debating the Long bill, trying to convince as many of you as I possibly could that we should funnel more money into mental health care for our students. And mercifully, a handful of you agreed, and that was added, and I'm very grateful for that. This is sort of a continuation of that exact same topic. If we can give, particularly our young people, some necessary, affordable mental health or behavioral health screenings up front, I am very convinced that that is going to result in less healthcare costs in the future, less acute, expensive healthcare costs in the future. And finally, we have a bill that says, and you know what? We're going to provide you, policymakers, lawmakers, the data that you need to determine if my hunch was right. And I'm fine to stand up here if after that we determine that I was wrong and say, you know what, maybe this is something that we shouldn't cover. But this is part of a bigger conversation that I would encourage you to reconsider when the senator from Fort Collins and I bring the same bill next year that we brought this year. And I think Senator, can I say Senator Todd if she's not in the body anymore? When we brought the bill 2 years ago, now you've seen that bill this year, you're going to see that bill next year, and I would say this is proof that people on both sides of the aisle agree that this is an important thing to do if we want to change what is covered and what is not covered in healthcare and health insurance across our state. Again, I have a strong hunch that this is going to be an ounce of prevention that removes costs long-term from our system. We're going to have the data to do it. We're going to have a requirement. The good senator from Commerce City put in requirements that the federal government weighs in on this to also determine, is this going to increase costs into the system in our state or not? We're going to get reporting on that. So this has, in my opinion, and I've said this in the Health and Human Services Committee, this provides the data and the guardrails that I think should be the model for how we do health insurance bills in the future. I'm very, very supportive and very grateful that the senator was willing to add me as a co-prime sponsor on this bill. I'm very proud to carry this now along with the senator from Commerce City, and want to thank him as well as have all of us reconsider the importance of having the data that we need when we make these decisions. So I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1068.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1068 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators, with 35 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1068 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Simpson, Sonnenberg, Hawkes Lewis, Winter, Zenzinger, Kolker, Cook, Priola, Rankin, Quorum, Buckner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Danielson, Gardner, Heisey, Woodward, Janal, Story, Gonzalez, Lee, Hanson, Donovan, Patterson. The Majority Leader. Please add the President. And Senator Scott. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1069?
House Bill 1069 by Representative Carver and Roberts and Senators Fields and Gardner concerning enhancing the enforcement of crimes of sexual exploitation of a child and in connection therewith requiring a post-enactment review of the implementation of this act and making appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1069 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1069, third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes?
The only discussion is where's my co-sponsor?
With 35 aye votes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1069 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Cook, Mr. Minority Leader, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Zenzinger, Danielson, Janal, Buckner, Heisey, Smallwood, Rankin, Story, Quorum, Patterson, Scott, Simpson, Woodward, Priola, Colker, Lee, Winter, Lundeen.
You don't have to stand up line this one. Just is what it is.
Please add the President.
We'll only talk for 20 minutes.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1085?
House Bill 1085 by Representative McCluskey and Senators Bridges and Smallwood concerning secure transportation for an individual and behavioral health crisis in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1085 on third reading, final passage, and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1085 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 aye votes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1085 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Colker, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Story, Janal, Danielson, Simpson, Lee, Winter, Patterson, Gonzalez, Moreno, Sonnenberg, Priola, Hanson. Please add the President and Senator Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1150?
House Bill 1150 by Representatives Judah and Senators Gonzalez concerning the creation of the Colorado Office of New Americans.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move House Bill 1150 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1150 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Cook, Rankin, Lundeen, Scott, the Minority Leader, Liston, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Gardner. With please add Senator Smallwood as a no vote. With 23 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1150 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Hanson, Story, Danielson, the Majority Leader, Hawkes Lewis, Winter, Buckner, Zenzinger, Patterson. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1195?
House Bill 1195 by Representative Van Winkle and Michelson, Janae, and Senators Quorum and Janal concerning the regulation of radon professionals in connection therewith requiring licensure to practice as a radon measurement professional or radon mitigation professional and making an appropriation.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1195. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not wish to discuss the bill, but I would suggest that we find the good senator from Mesa County for his impersonation of a priest this morning.
Having no further discussion, the motion is a passage of House Bill 1195 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Sonnenberg, Minority Leader, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer. With 26 aye votes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excuse, House Bill 1195 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1195? Excuse me, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1228?
House Bill 1228 by Representative Froelich and Senator Smallwood and Winter concerning oversight of court personnel who are regularly involved in cases related to domestic matters and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Would the good senator from Westminster please explain to the body why we should allow you permission to offer a third reading amendment?
We actually did this intentionally because yesterday we were moving through bills very quickly in a pretty empty room at times. And we want to talk about the reason for this bill and name a part of this bill after a very important person and wanted folks to be paying attention. And that's why we are offering it as a third reading amendment.
The motion before the body is to allow the good senator from Westminster permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 008?
Amendment L008 to House Bill 1228 by Senator Winter. Amend reading gross bill page 5, line 22, strike disclosure 2 and substitute disclosure short title 2A. Page 6 after line 18, insert B. The short title of the subsection B is Julie's Law.
Let's go ahead and speak to the amendment. There's no
Senator Winter.
questions on it.
Thank you, Mr. President. L008 renames a section of this bill Julie's Law.
Would the good senator please move the amendment?
I move L008.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. We are naming a section of this law Julie's Law. And what this bill does is provide very important training for people involved in the court process on how to recognize and make appropriate decisions for domestic violence and child abuse. And so the part of this training that recognizes child abuse came from a little girl named Julie, who spent 10 years going to custody with her dad for repeated abuse. Julie and her mother reported to policemen, social workers, psychologists, guardian ad litems, court-appointed educators, doctors, families, and friends, and details of her sexual abuse about how her daddy was hurting her. I have a letter in front of me. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's very explicit. When I read the letter, I cried. But she would cry out at night, "No, Daddy, don't." No, and moan, and grabbed her private parts and told stories about how she was hurt. Her mom said that visitations became weekend raping privileges. And that's why we need training in our court system, and that's why we are proud to bring this bill today, and that's why we want to rename the section that's specifically about recognizing childhood abuse Julie's Law. And we ask for an aye vote on L008.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L008 to House Bill 1228. Are there any no votes? With 35 aye votes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment L008 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1228 as amended on third reading and final passage. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of House Bill 1228 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, with 34 aye votes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1228 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Simpson, Hawkins Lewis, Hansen, Priola, Kirkmeyer, Janal, Rankin, Moreno, Coram, Story, Fields, Pedersen, Buckner, Coleman, Bridges, Kolker, Zenzinger, Lee, Gonzalez. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1238?
House Bill 1238 by Representative Burnett and Senators Hansen concerning the modernization of gas energy efficiency programs.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1238 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of House Bill 1238 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Scott, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Liston, Woodward, Heisey, Coram, with 22 aye votes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1238 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Hawkins Lewis, Priola, Lee, Story, Pedersen, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1273?
House Bill 1273 by Representative Cutter and Senators Kolker concerning requiring the Department of Education to prepare an annual report relating to the total number of school psychologists licensed and employed by a school district and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1273 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to take a moment and just put on the record why I was a no vote in appropriations and why I will continue to be a no vote. I believe that school psychologists, which is the subject of this bill, that is to say, telling the Department of Education they have to do a report of how many are out there. I believe school psychologists are critical, important. I voted for bills in the past for the funding of school psychologists. But I fundamentally think that the Colorado Department of Education has the authority and responsibility to know things like this. And they don't need $35,000 more dollars. It's not a lot, I know. It's a lot in my checkbook, a lot in my constituents' checkbook. $35,000 more dollars to do a report that they ought to be able to do pretty quickly on their own. And as my colleague from Carbondale said during appropriations, I don't want to get it wrong, but basically the thing was, what do they do with these reports? Do we need one more report on the shelf? for things that we generally know. That's why I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I heard this bill in committee, and not only is it the responsibility of CDE, but we heard testimony that said, we know. The information is already visible. I will remain a no vote on this bill as well.
Not having any further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1273 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Cook, Kirkmeyer, Scott, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Smallwood, Rankin, Simpson, Woodward, Liston, Gardner, Quorum, Lundin. With 21 aye votes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1273 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Donovan, Moreno, Story, the Majority Leader, Winter, Lee, Pedersen, Janal, Bridges. Please add the President.
I'll move it. Yep. I mean, I made you do the committee.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1284?
House Bill 1284 by Representative Valdez A. and Van Winkle and Senators Hansen and Priola concerning modifications to the limitation of the aggregate amount of fees that may be assessed by governmental bodies for installation of active solar energy systems and in connection therewith, extending the repeal date of the limitation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move House Bill 1284 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1284 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Heisey, Liston, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Lundin, the Minority Leader, Cook, Smallwood. With 25 aye votes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1284 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader. Senators Hawkins Lewis, Winter, Lee, and Senator Simpson. Will the clerk please read the title? The Senate Bill 033.
Senate Bill 33 by Senators Sonnenberg and Winter and Representative Robertson Will concerning the adoption of statutory changes related to the conservation easements that were recommended by the Conservation Easement Working Group convened in accordance with House Bill 19-1264 and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 33. Members, I want to give you just a brief history so you understand, and I'll give you the I want to give you the brief notes. Understand, members, that we have worked on this now for a number of years. I've been a part of that conversation. Several years ago, we put together a task force, a working group of both sides who tended to be at each other's throat. And interestingly enough, they came up with a solution a year ago, but since COVID happened, it gave them another year of opportunity to continue that discussion, and they did so. They came up with a solution. This is their solution. Understand, both sides came up with this solution. Members, we caused this problem. I won't say we as a legislature, but maybe we at least at some point, because we didn't fix it right away. But government caused this problem. We issued tax credits, and then after just shy of 5 years later, we decided, we changed our mind. We're going to take those tax credits back when it became a challenge for them to have a recourse.
Members, now is the time. We have the perfect opportunity. The stars have aligned. We have the money to be able to do this year. I'm asking you to help us fix the problem that state government caused. And there's one thing I want to add. I am so thrilled and excited that this co-prime of mine got on this bill, because I can tell you without her, this would have went away. 2 nights ago, this bill would have went away if it wasn't for her saying, what do you mean? We can't give up. We still have 12 hours before appropriations. And she didn't. She has been a rock star, and I'm so proud of the work that she has done, and I can't thank her enough for jumping on and being helpful. Members, we can fix this now. We can solve this now. I ask you for your aye vote to move forward.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very excited to be working with my co-prime on this important solution to a problem that's existed for a decade. And it was hard to figure out. And we did have to bring a lot of folks together that don't always like working together. And that included landowners, the environmental community, the conservation community, the land trust community. And conservation easements are incredibly important to Colorado. It's how we save family farms and ranches. It's how we keep farmers farming and ranchers ranching. It's also how we protect open space and wildlife habitat and water corridors. And it's truly how we help keep Colorado a great place. And we have to make sure that we are doing right by these landowners. And this is the best solution, the best way to move forward and make sure that this program continues. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I truly do thank the sponsors for bringing this bill forward. It was a serious situation, and I think the good senator from Sterling did a good job, but I would just like to elaborate a little bit on this. These farmers and ranchers went and applied for these conservation easements. They used the agency with the trust that it was to be done with that was recommended by the state of Colorado. They used the appraiser that was recommended by the state of Colorado. And lo and behold, and this is federal and state, lo and behold, within 3 days of the statute of limitations, these ranchers received a notice that the state was not honoring their commitment. And I've often joked that the last thing you get when you file a conservation easement before is a check before bankruptcy. And frankly, the actions of the state of Colorado, Department of Revenue, caused bankruptcies in my district. I am very pleased that we're correcting this, but I'm very disappointed that a state agency took these egregious actions against these good people who followed the rules, did everything was asked for them, and then by a quick signature, that all went out the window, and their dreams were crushed, and they declared bankruptcy after all. Ask for an aye vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 033 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Moreno, Gonzalez. With 33 aye votes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 033 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Quorum, Simpson, Heisey, Pedersen, Woodward, Rankin, Story, Fields, Hawkins Lewis, Liston, Scott, Cook, Kirkmeyer, Priola, Gardner, Lundin, Buckner, Smallwood. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 271?
Senate Bill 271 by Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, Representative Roberts, concerning the adoption of the 2021 recommendations of the Colorado Criminal and Juvenile Justice Commission regarding sentencing for offenses and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 271 on third reading and final passage and request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Would the good senator from Colorado Springs please explain to the body why we should allow you permission to offer a third reading amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I didn't want to do this, but I was handed a piece of paper that says, at the top of it, SB 21-271, Senate Floor Amendment, third reading by Senator from Denver.
The north side.
And so I had to do it. And on top of that, when I reviewed the amendment, and we have a set of offenses, as you'll see, the minority leaders thumbing through the 366 pages of restructure of CCJJ. It's almost inevitable that you have fines, penalties, and things that, as we're trying to align them, didn't get properly aligned. So this amendment does things like, it's for traffic offenses, and the Department of Revenue looked, and you know, we left out diesel inspections at a $50 penalty and a $16 surcharge and so forth. I predict that we'll be doing these little cleanup things for another session as well. So please provide us permission and we'll fix this one.
The motion before the body is to allow permission to the senator from Colorado Springs to offer a third reading amendment. Are there any no votes? Or, excuse me, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 007?
Amendment L007 to Senate Bill 271.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move L007 to Senate Bill 271 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion regarding Amendment 007? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 007. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 007 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. We renew our motion for passage of Senate Bill 271 as amended on third reading and final passage. And in doing so, I want to thank my co-sponsor, and she may well want to second my remarks, but we yesterday on seconds spoke about the tremendous work done by the Colorado Criminal and Juvenile Justice Commission, all of the people on the commission. This is a 2-year labor. It has lots of moving parts. It is a change that is long overdue, and I've probably left someone other than my co-sponsor out in gratitude, so I yield to her to pick up anyone else.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the good senator from El Paso County, I want to
There's debate about which one's the good senator.
To the third senator from El Paso County. to the
Senior senator.
To the Warhorse Center from El Paso County.
Ooh.
Senator Gardner.
Mr. President, I take exception to what the senator from Carrizo Springs says, I am the senator from Devine, and she knows that, so.
Well, the senator,
Senator Gonzalez.
thank you, Presidente. If we're going to get into some high school stuff, the Wildcats will knock down the Warhorse anytime. But
we're friends today.
But for friends today, and maybe, Mr. President, this demonstrates just how much work went into creating that 366, now 370 some odd page bill. Because when you have cats and dogs who are naturally opposed, who may be, I don't know, high school football rivals, who may be DAs and defenders, who may be folks advocating for victims alongside folks who have experienced imprisonment, right? Coming together and in a bipartisan, in a nearly unanimous fashion, coming forward and saying, you know what? We may be rivals, but let's go and work together on good policy. That is the culmination of the work on Senate Bill 271, and it is why we are so proud and so honored to be able to come together. This is the first time since 1985 that we've had a comprehensive sentencing reform restructure, and this is the bill that you all are looking through represents a tremendous amount of work by folks who are often naturally opposed to one another. And so it is in that vein, from a wildcat and a warhorse, that we ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 271.
Before we continue with further discussion, for those in the listening audience, the good senator from Colorado Springs was referencing the good senator from Denver, which is a co-prime, not a co-sponsor on the bill. And the good senator from Denver, Senate District 34, will be fined for referencing the president as the chair.
Yes.
$7, according to the standard set by the good senator from Brighton. Further discussion. Senator Zenziger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would like to join the group offering up congratulations. This is an excellent bill. But more importantly, it was an excellent process that produced an excellent bill. The process was a hard and difficult process, and it wasn't an easy process. It was a long process, but the product that resulted from that process was worth it. And I just want to commend all of the people behind the glass outside of this building that have been working on this as a labor of love for a very long time. And the fact that they brought to bear their level of expertise and negotiating and picking apart all of the different aspects of these misdemeanor offenses and figuring out where they belong. So I just want to say congratulations to all who worked on this effort because it truly was produced a good outcome. And I'm looking forward to the same process being duplicated for the next step, which I predict will be even more challenging. But if this legislation is any indication, I think that they will be successful once more. So thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 271, I've only had the opportunity to read the summary and certain documents on it. I have a question for the bill sponsors. Perhaps the question is for the chamber. Would it harsh the vibe if I asked that we actually take the time to read this bill at length?
Senator Gonzalez.
Harshing the vibe is probably a conversation to be had during a marijuana bill.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 271. Are there any no votes? With 35 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 271 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Mr. Minority Leader, Cook, Zenzinger, Lundin, Priola, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, the Majority Leader, Lee, Buckner, Winter, Donovan, Story, Colker, Fields, Scott. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 273?
Senate Bill 273 by Senators Lee and Moreno and Representative Benavides and Bacon, concerning measures to increase public safety by minimizing custodial responses to low-level offenses and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 273 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, thank you for the good debate that we had on this bill yesterday. Thanks to an amendment from the senator from Aurora, sections of this bill are actually named after two of the people who this bill would have helped. These are not isolated incidents, colleagues. This is a pattern of the fact that certain people, particularly communities of color, have been disproportionately targeted for action by law enforcement. That is the reality of many of the people who live in my community. Senate Bill 273 seeks to change that conversation, seeks to de-escalate those situations before they turn into something else, before they turn into an incident where someone loses their life. That is what has happened across the country, but also right here in our state. Senate Bill 273 is a critical step to rebalancing the scales, to making sure that we, have this radical idea of connecting people to resources rather than arresting them and putting them in jail. Seems pretty radical. It's incredibly important that we pass this bill and we turn the tide, that we've moved past a time where we just simply lock people up because they're poor, because they come from a certain community, because they look a certain way. It's not acceptable anymore, colleagues. And that's why it's so important to pass Senate Bill 273.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank my colleagues from across the aisle who, despite what you heard yesterday, were generous with their time and their input as we crafted this bill. I appreciate that. I, like the opponents, was confused about the bill that they were discussing, whether it was predecessor 62, which they repeatedly referred to, or 273, the bill actually being presented. What the opponents described could readily incite your fears, and it very well may have, but it was not a description of Senate Bill 273. Senate Bill 273 is a different bill with a different title, with different purpose, with different provisions. It's got arrest, bail, and a working group in it. When I heard at the outset the bills were identical, I was confused because Senate Bill 62 covered felonies 4, 5, and 6, and they were removed in 62. When I heard the personal recognizance bonds would be granted for all types, literally scores of heinous sounding felonies, my confusion was exacerbated because that was not my bill. And I heard nothing about the extensive legislative declaration in Senate Bill 272. So I wondered if 272 had really been read at all. It was not in 62, but that legislative declaration says why we need this bill. Because over 100 over 1/2 of custodial arrests and pretrial detention for low-level crimes of poverty has become the default option for law enforcement, even when they don't involve threats to safety. But they escalate into violence and killings by law enforcement. Think Michael Marshall, think Marvin Booker, for whom this bill is a tribute and honor. The legislative declaration cites our jail population growing by 800%, mostly pretrial innocent detainees in local jails. This disproportionately is directed at black men, and pretrial detention destabilizes communities. It doesn't make them safer, it destabilizes. The legislative declaration is a community call for action and change that we heard last year in the wake of George Floyd's death. As allies in the fight for racial justice, we in the legislature need to heed the call for change from the Democratic, Black, and Latino caucus. Furthermore, Senate Bill 273 creates a community response working group to study better ways of dealing with issues in the community. When I heard the recitation of some 53 crimes, many of them victim rights crimes, motor vehicle theft, or involving unlawful sex acts or repeated abuse of animals, and claims that they did not qualify for custodial arrest, I wondered what bill had been read and what bill was being referred to. Let me be perfectly clear. This bill has no impact on arrests for felonies. You can always arrest for VRA crimes, even VRA misdemeanor crimes. You can always arrest for deadly weapons, for motor vehicle thefts. Every motor vehicle theft, misdemeanor or felony, is arrestable. All instances of repeated cruelty to animals are arrestable. Unlawful sex acts are always arrestable by specific provisions in the bill and as VRA crimes. Arrest is allowed when someone's identity cannot be determined, and the bill allows temporary custody to take people for blood testing, alcohol, for detox, or for M1 holds. The notion that someone can pull a gun or assault an officer and cannot be arrested under this bill is patently false, and saying otherwise, even repeatedly, does not make it so. If the acts in this bill are so dangerous, law enforcement has discretion to get an arrest warrant. They can always get an arrest warrant, and they can arrest for any offense, no matter how minor, if they get an arrest warrant. They always have, and they continue to do so under 273. Judges are on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they issue warrants all the time. A lot was said about failure to appear and people not showing up for court. Under this bill, a judge can continue the practice of issuing an arrest warrant for the very first failure to appear. Significant time was devoted to discussion of what sounded like mandatory PR bonds for many offenses, as though the bill required PR bonds. Nothing is further from the truth. Money or cash bonds can always be required under this bill, as set forth in the U.S. Constitution and case law. If a court finds a defendant will threaten the safety of another person or persons in the community, whether known or unknown, there's a substantial risk of harm that they will flee prosecution, or no other condition of release can mitigate that risk, they can issue the warrant. A court can always impose money bond for alleged class 1, 2, or 3 felonies. The notion that this bill forces automatic PR bonds for dangerous offenses is false. I think yesterday I heard about incest. It's just patently untrue. It is a misread and it is a red herring. Importantly, Senate Bill 273 is not a rewrite of the Colorado law for granting bonds. Look at 16-4-103. Selection and setting of bonds remains unchanged. It grants broad discretion to judges if they think someone is dangerous and they can post a money bond. Let me read from the bond statute. The type of bond and conditions of release shall be sufficient to reasonably ensure the appearance of the person as required and to protect the safety of any person or the community, taking into consideration the individual characteristics of each person in custody, including the person's financial condition. What types of bonds can be issued? The court shall presume that all persons in custody are eligible for release on bond with the appropriate and least restrictive conditions consistent with the provisions of paragraph A, which are the individual characteristics. The court may consider the following criteria as appropriate and relevant in making bond determinations: the employment and status and history of the person, the nature and extent of their family relationships, past and present residences, the prior criminal record, if any, of the person in custody. These are conditions that the court will consider in deciding to issue bond and what type of bond. Any facts indicating that defendant is likely to intimidate or harass a possible witness, or any other facts tending to indicate the person in custody has strong ties to the community and is unlikely to flee. The opponents focused on the need for money bond because dangerous people are committing serious crimes and they need to be in jail. But what was lost or blurred in that debate was the difference between punishment for crimes committed and pretrial detention. This bill does not deal with punishment, it deals with pretrial detention. What was ignored is that people arrested are presumptively innocent, and jail should be reserved for the dangerous and the guilty. There was a lot of discussion about bond provisions and the need for cash bonds. Why? Because poor people can't afford bonds or pay money bond, and when they can't pay it, they stay in jail. Our jail population in Colorado has grown by 800%, largely driven by unconvicted people in our local jails accused of crimes but too poor to post the bond, not because they're dangerous or likely to flee, but because they are poor. But that pretrial detention is contrary to our fundamental principles of freedom and liberty. The Supreme Court in the Salerno case has said in our society, liberty is the norm and detention prior to trial is the carefully limited exception, and this bill incorporates that principle. I heard statistics of crime increases in Colorado counties, and I have read those statistics as well. But there's also droughts, and there's wildfires, and there's plagues that occur, but none of them are attributable to Senate Bill 273. This bill is a proposal. It is not in effect and has not caused all the crimes that you heard about yesterday. I share your concerns, but I believe there's a social component to crime based on poverty, based on unemployment during the pandemic. Mental illness and substance abuse are the causes of a lot of crime, compounded by empty buildings and kids not in school and parents not earning income. If arresting and jailing people would make us safer, we would be the safest country in the world. We have some 30,000 people in prisons and jails across Colorado. Our incarceration rate of 650,000 is 650 per 100,000 is higher than any country in the world, including Russia, including China. Our incarceration rate is higher than England, France, Germany, Italy, Canada, by an order of magnitude of 4 or 5%. I say again, if jail and incarceration would make us safer, we'd be the safest country in the world. If this bill was so dangerous, I would not propose it, as my wife and my friends and my family live in these communities. It would not be supported by district attorneys, Beth McCann, Alonzo Payne, and Gordon McLaughlin, and other district attorneys. If our communities are as crime-ridden and unsafe as our opponents describe, is that attributable to present existing carceral policies that promote the revolving door to jails and prison, that jail people, and we heard this in committee testimony, for barking dogs, for trespassing, and for mental health decomposition? Low-level offenses are not a safety risk. Policies that promote, arrest, subdue, and incarcerate for low-level offenses, policies that take people away from their families, their jobs, and their homes, these are the things that cause crime in communities. Policies that are focused on over-policing communities of color and that result in black people being arrested at rates 8 times white people in Colorado and being killed at rates 4 times of white people in Colorado. Low-level arrest authority escalating into violence affects all communities. It is what resulted in Karen Garner, a 73-year-old senile lady, being arrested, driven to the ground, and had her arms dislocated. For shoplifting $14 at Kmart, she should have been issued a summons, a ticket. I can assure you, this bill will never, ever be supported by the police, either the chiefs or the FOP, because they want to keep the status quo, and and we are telling them, you have to do things differently. Do not think arrest, subdue, incarcerate for sleeping on a park bench, driving without an updated registration, or trespassing. The police will resist change, but it is our obligation as legislators to set limits on police's absolute discretion to arrest, and this bill does so modestly by focusing on non-violent misdemeanors and municipal offenses. Officers retain absolute unfettered discretion to arrest for serious crimes. When I first introduced Senate Bill 273, I talked about it as a harm reduction measure. I spoke of the plea by Attorney General Keith Ellison to change the relationship between communities and the people who are sworn to protect them, to change that relationship from one of mistrust, suspicion, and terror to one of empathy, compassion, and affirmation. The community called out for change last year with George Floyd in the wake of his death. Albert Einstein once said, "No problem can be solved from the same consciousness that created it. We need to see the world anew." The problem has been crime and public safety, and our solution has been jails and prisons. When that doesn't work, we double down and arrest more people and build bigger prisons and increase our levels of punishment and retribution. Seeing the world anew at one level is restorative justice, transformative justice, processes where we focus on accepting responsibility and repairing harm. But I digress. Let's see the world anew. Let's envision communities where police are not arresting and incarcerating people for every minor offense.
To the good senator from Colorado Springs, my apologies for interrupting you. Members, please feel free to use the antechambers to proceed. We still are on third readings. Please give the good senator from Colorado Springs the respect he deserves at the well. Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's envision communities where police are not arresting and incarcerating people for every minor offense, for misdemeanors, for petty offenses, for municipal offenses, and for traffic stops. It's a new way of looking at our Colorado world. Let's envision a state where poor people don't languish in jail because they can't pay a money bond, while people who have committed the exact same offense and have the same risks write a check and go home. Let's envision a world where police always follow their mission to protect and serve, where behavioral health crises are responded to by mental health professionals and social workers rather than SWAT teams, where jails are reserved for the most dangerous amongst us, not the mentally ill or people who didn't respond to a barking dog ticket. The world we envision and can create is safer and it is freer. It is more trusting and more compassionate. It is a just and more perfect union, and it reflects more closely the ideals enshrined in our Declaration of Independence and Constitution. I ask for your aye vote and support for Senate Bill 273. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of Senate Bill 273 because stepping away from what we have is the right thing to do, but I am still concerned about what we're stepping into. Now, there was a prior or preliminary proposal which I thought would bring complications to policing and may have made application of the law more uneven. That proposal included serious crimes, and it made the interruption of premeditated crimes impossible. There are crimes committed, mostly against women, where everyone knows the danger is coming, where we already have seen the line crossed into illegal activity, and if we are without the opportunity for interruption and investigation, it will be too late to stop further, more serious and irrevocable damage. I shared that concern with the sponsor. Now, not every one of my concerns has been eliminated here, but through the honest efforts of the good senator from Colorado Springs, many of my concerns have been quieted. With the removal of felonies, the refocusing on judicial discretion, and with the addition of other language that better classifies low-level offenses appropriately, Senate Bill 273 is a stronger bill. I think it responds fairly to half of our problem. The full problem contains both inequity and injustice. Under a system of bond and release, we hold people differently if they are rich or if they are poor. My yes vote today is to address that difference. Your income should not dictate your liberty. But what should? That is the missing half. We are releasing the poor and dangerous with the same abandon as the rich and dangerous. We now have a balanced but still broken system. That is better than what we have, but more work needs to be done. And I'm hopeful that the guardrails around judicial discretion will be enough to keep our streets safe, but if not, I hope we all feel the urgency of doing more. A Colorado that is more fair but less safe cannot be our only option. I am voting for fairness today, and I'm also urging this body to be watchful and to work to complete the full picture. There needs to be a better court process for detention. This bill today does strike an outdated and invalid one, and I hope that it leaves enough remaining to fill the gap left behind. And with that note of caution, I will be a yes vote, and I thank the sponsors for working so diligently on this piece of legislation.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I heard the sponsor. Oh, I rise in opposition, by the way, if you can't figure that one out, to this bill and maybe a previous one that we haven't heard yet. But I heard the sponsor said he was confused about what bill we were talking about, so I'm going to clear that up. I'm going to clear up that confusion. And I think some people are still confused about what this bill is. You know, I was sitting there thinking, debating to myself whether I was going to come down on thirds or not, because I don't think I've ever done it, unless it was my own bill, to come down and oppose another bill. And I'm debating, it's kind of like having second readings in my own head. Do I want to come down and talk? Do I not want to come down and talk? And I was kind of considering, you know, the position on both sides of why I should and why I shouldn't come down. And in the end, I decided, well, I'm going to come down because victims matter to me. This bill doesn't care about victims. It only cares about criminals. The other reason I decided I'd probably come down was because I care about public safety. I care about our communities. And this bill doesn't make our communities safer. It makes it more dangerous in our communities because we allow criminals to roam in those communities, repeat offenders, with very little justice for the victims. You know, it's unfortunate that race was brought up in this, because this bill really isn't about race. Colleagues, you realize that Black and Hispanics are victims at a higher rate than whites? They're victims of crimes more so than whites. Their communities, if you look at the most crime-ridden communities in the city, they're minority communities. This bill is going to allow those communities to be victimized even more. So to say voting no or yes on this bill is going to help the minority community is just wrong. This bill is going to make those communities less safe. And I would like to clear up the confusion. The good senator from Colorado Springs mentioned 62, so I wasn't going to bring up 62, but since he did, I feel obligated to do it. 62 and 273 are nearly identical. Sure, they took out of 62 the arrest standards on class 4, 5, and 6 felonies. That's true. Other than that, the bill's pretty much the same other than putting together a working group. Now law enforcement can arrest still on class 4, 5, and 6 felonies. But under 62, the requirements were you can take somebody in for fingerprints and photographs, and then they get a PR bond. Couldn't arrest them, technically arrest them, but you could take them in for fingerprints, photographs, DNA. Now under this bill, you can be arrested for that. And you can be taken in for fingerprints, photographs, and possibly DNA, and then guess what? You get a PR bond. There really is no difference between 62 and 273. Let me go through what I heard about, hey, we still have the, we can still arrest, but you get a PR bond. And I heard, hey, these are low-level offenses. And like I mentioned yesterday, I'm not sure there really is anything called a low-level offense because they add up and they're victimized. There's victims and they victimize as communities. A Lincoln County Sheriff's deputy last week was shot multiple times, ambushed on a low-level offense that was being committed. Responded to a scene where somebody was stealing out of the back of a truck. Low-level offense according to the title and to the good senator from El Paso County. As soon as he steps out on this low-level offense, he's ambushed, shot multiple times, 5 times. Had to hide in a ditch to seek cover and concealment. It was in critical condition. Let me read you, because I know not everybody was here yesterday during seconds, let me read you some of these low-level misdemeanor offenses that we're talking about here. They can still be arrested, don't get me wrong. And that's what I believe the senator was saying, was that they still can be arrested on these low-level offenses or given a summons, which is the same thing. But some of these low-level offenses that we're not going to be really arresting them on: concealing death, abuse of a corpse, cruelty to animals, attempt to escape, aiding escapes, criminal invasion of privacy, recruitment of juveniles for criminal street gangs. Yeah, person will get a bond, get a summons for that, no matter how many times they might get a summons or be trying to recruit somebody, they'll be getting a summons. cyber crimes, disrupting lawful assemblies, engaging in riots, obstructing, resisting arrest. So if you resist arrest, you get a summons, and then you can continue to resist. I don't know how many summonses you get for continuing to resist. False imprisonment, keeping a place of prostitution, et cetera, et cetera. You get summonses. Those are pretty low-level offenses, according to this bill. Fourth-degree arson. Fourth-degree arson, like I mentioned yesterday, you're up in the woods, you're up in the mountains, start a fire, and you leave, burn millions of acres. That's a low-level offense, according to the bill. We ran an amendment yesterday to include the RA crimes in the bond. Now, again, so I can clear up any confusion that anybody might have, there are two parts of this bill. One is the arrests or non-arrests for low-level misdemeanors. And yes, you can still arrest for a class 4, 5, 6 felony, but where this is the same as 62 is in the bonding. Because you know what? You don't have to have, you won't most likely get a cash bond for a class 4, 5, 6 felony. You will be getting a PR bond because this is what is required. A court shall not impose a monetary condition of release unless the court finds the record that there is a substantial risk that the defendant will flee prosecution. And then you have to look at what flee prosecution means. Because it's not like, oh, hey, I'm just going to hide out in my house, or I'm going to go to work and hopefully nobody will find me. Fleeing prosecution is very narrow, and it means you intentionally evade prosecution by concealing oneself. Simple past non-appearance in court alone is not evidence of future intent to flee. So if the person is going to flee prosecution, the judge has to determine, hey, I have to figure this out. Is this person going to flee prosecution? Unless he tells me, I don't know how I'm supposed to know that. And then it's also threaten the safety of another person. Now, we did ask for an amendment. We received it, and I thank the good senator from Paso County for accepting it, talking about the safety of another person, whether known or unknown. So that's made it a little bit better. But you still get pretty much a free ride on class 4, 5, and 6 felonies when it comes to bonds. And I heard something pretty interesting, that getting a bond shouldn't be based on your income. And I agree with that. I mean, a lot of rich people go to jail and they still have to post a bond, but bond is relationship to the amount of income. So I agree. They should not be held, people should not be held in jail for their income. What they should be held in there is for the seriousness of the crime. So if they commit a serious class 4, 5, or 6 felony, they should not be getting a PR bond. You know, if I'm going to use an extreme to make a point, because I also heard that the presumption of innocence, you know, you've only been arrested. So there's just the presumption of innocence. And so therefore, why are we holding people in jail that have committed low-level offenses? Because the presumption of innocence is always with them. Well, then I'm going to use the extreme. Then why do we hold people in jail for class 1, 2, and 3 felonies? They're presumed innocent. Why do we have jails at all if everybody's presumed innocent? In which they are under the Constitution, but that presumption of innocence comes into the court, not while you're committing a crime. Yeah, officers can issue, I heard from the good senator, you can go and get an arrest warrant for somebody that FTAs. So you give them a summons and they don't show up for court. You give them a PR bond, whatever, for a class 4, 5, 6 felony. Yeah, you can issue a warrant. And then guess what happens when they get picked up on that warrant, if they ever do get picked up on that warrant?
Would the good senator from Greeley like to be extended to your next 10 minutes?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
Continue, Senator.
Thank you. So guess what happens when they do get picked up on that warrant for failing to appear? They get brought in, and they get another PR bond, a personal recognizance bond. This time, we really mean it. This time, we really mean you have to show up for court. So don't be confused about this. This bill has two separate parts, the arrests and bonds. Yes, we can issue an arrest, like I just said, for somebody failing to appear. And then if they ever do get picked up, I want to emphasize this, they get another PR bond for class 4, 5, and 6 felonies that they are committed in your communities. We did hear about the crime rates. You know, this bill started because of COVID. This bill is, or I should say our communities, our public safety is another victim of COVID. And this bill is a result of it. We did hear about the crime rates. And the reason this bill came out was the sheriff said, hey, you know what, we need to try and contain COVID, so we're going to put in arrest standards. You know, and the sheriffs are the best one to understand what arrest standards or holding standards are, not us. Again, the good senator from Montrose said yesterday, we're 100 amateurs making professional decisions. So I think we think we're professionals, but we're making amateurish decisions. Most of us don't know anything about law enforcement or jails. We don't listen to the professionals. If we listened to the professionals, we'd be voting no on this bill. The professionals came in and said, this is a bad bill. The professionals said, hey, the crime rates are going up because of what we're doing. Again, this started because of COVID, and the sheriff started saying, hey, man, we can't hold all these people. We need to do something about it. And some people started saying, hey, well, that's a great idea. Let's continue this policy through time and after COVID is over. Well, let me tell you what's happened during that time. We heard the good senator talk about crime rates, so I'm going to bring it up. Crime rates have increased just about everywhere because of this policy of letting repeat offenders stay out in the community. Aurora's crime rate has skyrocketed. Major crimes up 22.3%. Property crimes, which this bill says are low-level offenses, up 15%. Jefferson County, crime rates skyrocketed. 10% in Arvada. 15% crime rate increase in Golden. 14% in the Lakewood the city of Lakewood. 5% in Westminster. 56% the crime rate has increased in Wheat Ridge. Throughout this state, the crime rate has increased. And if you want to ask the professionals, it's because we're letting criminals out on PR bonds. We're not holding criminals. The professionals have asked that we don't support this. Let me tell you who those professionals are. They're the Metro mayors. Metro mayors were opposed to 62, and they were opposed to this bill as well. So it's not just law enforcement that's opposed. You know, those hard-headed people that never want to change, that don't really want to care about their community because they like the status quo. Well, if you don't like law enforcement for whatever reason, you don't think they do a good job, you don't think they know what they're talking about, you don't think that they know what's best for their communities and for the public safety, then vote for this bill. But then also take into consideration the Metro mayors. They're opposed to this. Aurora, Lakewood, Arvada, Centennial, Lone Tree, Commerce City. They're opposed to this bill. They know what's best for their communities. Denver mayor, part of the Metro Mayor Association, he's opposed to this. And you know why? Because it's a bad bill. You know, I ran the amendment yesterday. I don't know how much time I have, but I ran this amendment yesterday to say VRA should be included on bond standards. Let me kind of clear up any confusion anybody might have. This is not about arrests. This is about VRA laws to say the judge must take into consideration for cash bonds. Assault in the first degree, assault in the second degree, vehicular assault, menacing, second degree kidnapping, unlawful sexual contact, sexual assault on a child, sexual assault by a client of a psychotherapist, incest, child abuse, sexual exploitation, stalking, first degree burglary, etc. Those are VRA crimes that should be in this bill to say the judge has the discretion to issue a cash bond on class 4, 5, 6 felonies. I guess we have a decision to make. Again, if you don't like law enforcement and you don't want to stand with law enforcement, I heard an argument a couple of weeks ago about, I think it was Senate Bill 88. Are we going to stand with sex offenders? Or are we going to stand with victims? I have the same question. Are we going to stand with our law enforcement? And then if you don't like law enforcement for whatever reason, are we going to stand with our mayors? Are we going to stand with victims of crime who this bill is going to affect? And are we going to stand for public safety of our communities? I ask for a no vote. This is a very dangerous bill. It's dangerous for our communities. It's dangerous for communities of color. It's dangerous for the state of Colorado. Again, I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, people of Colorado, this bill is a reset of a prior bill, according to its sponsor, its prime sponsor, the good senator from El Paso County. That original bill came to committee with the clear opposition of law enforcement, mayors, many others concerned about public safety. The bill was dead. So it was reset. It got slightly better, I guess, but the same individuals, law enforcement, my chief of police, the chief judge of my municipal court, mayors, all spoke in opposition to the bill. Now, the sponsor spoke at length. A filibuster of one's own bill is admirable. But all of the flowery language and assertions in the world about what a bill is and isn't doesn't upend what the consequences of the words in that bill will be. And the consequences of the words and provisions of that bill are that your communities will be less safe. I respect the presumption of innocence as much as anyone. I won't say more than anyone, because I give you the presumption that you respect the Constitution as much as I do. But the Constitution permits pretrial incarceration and at the same time demands release upon reasonable security and, if necessary, bond conditions. Now, the sheriff of Weld County, the former sheriff of Weld County, who has far more experience in these matters than I would say anyone in this room, ran the list of offenses that will lead to a summons. But that's only half the story. The real story here is that the justification for this bill, as it was in committee, was, you know, in the pandemic, we started issuing summonses. And by the way, that was permissible to do. The law permitted that. It wasn't particularly routine, but the law permitted that. And law enforcement, under a great deal of pressure because of concerns for health of those in county jails and in city jails, released people on summons. The judge of my own municipal court said that in 2019, the failure to appear rate was about 1 in 3. And by the way, that was after a lot of effort by the General Assembly to set up systems to notify people of their court appearance, encourage them to go to their court appearance. We still had a failure to appear rate of 1 in 3. In 2020, you know, we started 2020 and had no idea what was coming. And then the first week in March, long about then, the world changed. It had changed, we just didn't know that. And suddenly we're issuing summonses. And in 2020, the failure to appear rate on crimes, because they are crimes, went to 40%. And in 2021, we have reached a failure to appear rate of 2 out of every 3 summonses to appear in our courts in Colorado Springs. 2 out of 3 people don't come. While you were speaking with each other or not in the chamber yesterday, I told you about a case that I personally looked at the records of, where an individual had been released for harassment, stalking. Yeah, he was taken into custody, but released with a summons to appear after the law to take him into custody had been complied with. Didn't appear. Like 8 failures to appear until finally he commits a felony. Still released. It was only on the 3rd felony that the judge said, enough already. Now that is the policy that we're going to put into statute. Law enforcement and our mayors tell us that crime has spiked using this policy. The justification for this statute is, look what we did during the pandemic. We lowered our jail populations. Isn't that great? It's so great that more people are crime victims. More people are victims of crime as a result of that policy. And I have had constituents who are frustrated. Their car was stolen. Person's back out on the street, doesn't appear. You hear the stories and you check up on them for their accuracy, and sure enough, that individual commits another car theft and another car theft. And my constituents say to me, Bob, what are we doing? And I've talked to the police, I've talked to the sheriff. We're letting people out, and they tell me, well, what am I supposed to do? Well, it is a very impossible situation for them, but we are turning the corner on that. But what this bill does is it institutionalizes, makes statutory this failed policy.
Would the good senator from Colorado Springs like to be extended to your next 10 minutes?
Yes, I would, Mr. President, and
Thank you,
I'm
Senator.
going to conclude. Members, as the former sheriff from Weld County said, we have professionals, people, you know, some of whom are our fellow elected officials, but the ones closest to our constituents, the ones that are in town every day. And I don't know about you, but when I'm home, I hear a whole lot more about how things are than when I live here at the Capitol Monday through Friday. I have a whole lot better sense when I'm home of what's really going on in the state of Colorado, what's really going on among the people that I represent. And what those people told us in committee was, this will be a disaster for public safety. You know, you've heard some horror stories recounted, and I don't take issue with the fact that those things should not have happened. But the idea that because some incidents happened that should not have happened, because law enforcement officials, the overwhelming majority of whom are well-trained and responsible, but like every other activity and profession in life, there's going to be instances. Because those occurred, they get run up the pole and say, if we don't put anybody in jail, then those things won't happen anymore. Because that's really what the justification is. Let's change all of this so that those things won't happen. I've commented on that sort of general scenario several times in the past 2 or 3 days. We are not going to stop the bad incidents by passing one more law and making the public less safe than it already is. There are ways to address those issues, but making our constituents less safe, causing the culture of lawlessness by, I don't need to appear, nothing's going to happen to me, they'll just hand me another ticket, tell me to appear again, that's not going to solve the problem. You can be a yes on 273. Many of you will be. Be prepared for your constituents to say to you in a year or 2 years, we have to do something about this. My car was stolen, and I found out that the person who did it is back out on the street and stole another car. I went to be a witness in the case. I went as a crime victim. I exercised my right and went there, and a person didn't appear. And the prosecutor told me not only did he not appear, but he was issued a summons on another case just like yours. For the sake of your constituents, for the sake of your communities, vote no on 273.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 273. I just felt compelled to at least say a few words. Quite frankly, I think I'm one of the few in the chamber that has sat here and listened intently to my good colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I know there's others who have listened as well. But I just wanted to kind of get it off my chest that after listening to both sides, and I appreciate the good senator from El Paso County. I'm sure his heart's in the right place of what he and the other sponsors are attempting to do. But I just feel that people that I know and respect in my community and elsewhere have been adamantly against this bill, not in any particular order, but I know the good mayor of our fair city, Colorado Springs, who I respect immensely. He was the district attorney. He was also the head of the Department of Corrections, and if anybody, as well as being the U.S. attorney, and if anybody probably knows both sides of the equation, it would be the current mayor of Colorado Springs. Also, I'm good friends, and I know a couple of district court judges in El Paso County who I've known for years and respect immensely. And from what they've told me about this bill, and they're dealing with trials and criminal situations on a daily basis, they have told me how much that they're opposed to this bill. Also, the chief of police of our fair city in Colorado Springs is against this bill. And I might also mention, it's not just the chief of police from Colorado Springs, but it's the Chief of Police Association that represents all of the chiefs of police from the entire state of Colorado that are against this bill. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the chief of police of Vail is against this, the chief of police of Westminster, excuse me, the chief of police of Longmont, the chief of police of Fountain, the chief of police of Louisville, and I'm sure that there's others that I've left out are strongly opposed to this, as well as the sheriff of our county, who I also know, and they're not opposed to it because they have it out for people of color or the minorities or whatever, because they deal with people, whether they're black, white, whatever color, that's immaterial. It's the fact that this is going to be an open signal, and this is why I'm really speaking against it. This is going to be an open signal to people that, hey, look, we are being soft on crime, and that whatever I do, especially with these misdemeanors and felonies of 4, 5, and 6, that there's going to be little or no repercussion against me. And members, what this is going to do is that inadvertently, because the good members of the police and sheriffs are going to be forced to, and the judges as well, are going to be forced to let people out on these so-called minor offenses, that what is going to happen time and time again is that the offenders are going to go out and they're going to re-offend, and somebody, mark my words, down the road as this bill is implemented, whether it's upon signage or January 1st, I don't remember the exact date of implementation, but there are going to be people that are going to be severely hurt. And when I say hurt, they're not just going to be robbed or stuff is going to be stolen. There's going to be people that are going to suffer severe bodily injury and or death because we did not, in fact, we're already seeing it. I believe it's in today's Wall Street Journal and the paper. We're seeing it in major cities right now that crime rates are skyrocketing in major cities, Denver included. So it's for these, you know, and I am not in law enforcement the way that the good senator from Weld County is, and I cannot begin to detail the specifics the way my other good friend and colleague from El Paso County can. But intuition and my sense of and my moral compass leads me to believe that there's going to be serious consequences as a result of this bill, and that good people and good communities are going to pay dearly if this is if this bill is passed. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when, and I think that when is going to come far quicker if we don't stay on the straight and narrow. So for these reasons and the good reasons that my colleagues have enumerated already, I would respectfully urge a no vote on Senate Bill 273. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 273. I've heard a lot of discussion, both in the committee hearing as well as here on the floor, that has been either a conflation of or a misunderstanding of how the arrest and the bond processes work here in the state of Colorado. So I want to clarify some things before I get started. Law enforcement has the ability to utilize discretion during the arrest process, and then judges have the ability to utilize discretion during the bond setting process. I've heard a lot of discussion today around, and yesterday, and also in the committee hearing, about well, if so-and-so is arrested on this offense that sounds dangerous and scary, they're going to get a PR bond. That is a conflation of how the process actually works. So I want to read from statute that is referenced in Senate Bill 273, but that references already existing statute and law 16-4-113, type of bond in certain misdemeanor cases. Subsection 1, in exercising the discretion mentioned in section 16-4-404, the judge shall release the accused person upon personal recognizance if the charge is a class 3 misdemeanor or any unclassified offense for a violation of which the maximum penalty does not exceed 6 months imprisonment, and he or she shall not be required to supply a surety bond or give security of any kind for his or her appearance for trial other than his or her personal recognizance. And this is where this starts to matter, y'all, about when we read statute. Unless one or more of the following facts are found to be present. I won't read the entire statute for y'all, but I will highlight subsection C of paragraph 1 of 16.4.113. The continued detention or posting of a surety bond is necessary to prevent imminent bodily harm to the accused or to another. So, colleagues, this whole debate around, oh, people are going to get out of jail free cards and people are just going to be issued PR bonds willy-nilly is a fundamental misunderstanding of how our criminal justice system works. Because that, my friends, is the way that is the discretion of a judge to make that determination, not the arresting officer. Let us share some more facts here as we debate Senate Bill 273. Colorado is 6th in the nation for the overall rate of police killings. Since 2017, 178 people have been killed by Colorado law enforcement, and over half of those killings, colleagues, 54%, involved incidents that began in response to an alleged low-level offense. We're talking incidents involving traffic violations, mental health calls, or situations in which no crime was alleged whatsoever. You've heard much discussion around the racial disparities that exist within those deaths at the hand of law enforcement. But I want to speak about the impact that 273 would have in addressing these deaths. I want to tell you the story of Jared Thistle. Mr. Thistle died by suicide after the judge denied the prosecutor's request to release him on a personal recognizance bond. He struggled with mental health, and that led to his arrest for theft under $500. We're talking a low-level incident, and illegal weapon possession in 2021. The prosecutor and the public defender agreed that Jared was safe for release on a non-monetary bond, but the judge refused and set a $5,000 bond. He died by suicide because whether that bond would have been set at $5 or $5 million, he didn't have the money to pay it. And colleagues, perhaps you have seen the video of Karen Gardner. I will confess, I no longer watch these videos. So I haven't watched the video of her arrest, but I've read the descriptions. I've read a number of news reports about it. Ms. Karen Gardner was assaulted violently by police after an incident where she left Walmart without paying, allegedly, for $14 worth of merchandise coming out of a Walmart in Loveland. Ms. Gardner was a 73-year-old woman with dementia and sensory aphasia, and during her violent arrest, she suffered a broken arm, a dislocated shoulder, and other injuries. Surveillance video from that police station taken after the arrest showed officers laughing, mocking her while watching their own body cam footage. And there's currently a lawsuit underway given the treatment of Ms. Gardner. So when we're talking about the ways in which we can enhance public safety, let us also ground ourselves in the lived experiences of Coloradans like Mr. Thistle and like Ms. Gardner. Much has been made in the debate around this bill about folks who are speaking for survivors. A lot of people saying, well, survivors think this, survivors think that. I actually listened to the committee hearing. And I will inform you all, remind you all, that survivor groups were at the table themselves. COVA, CICASA, Voices for, VFC, Victims for Change, were all neutral on the bill. And Colorado Crime Survivors Network came on in support. The overwhelming majority of crime survivors, violent crime survivors, who testified in the Senate Judiciary Committee around this issue, testified in favor of this bill. So I want to read from one survivor, their words.
Senator, would you like to extend into your next 10 minutes?
Please. As a survivor of, and I'd like to quote from their testimony directly. These are not my words. These words are the words directly from a survivor themselves. As a survivor of multiple crimes ranging from intimate partner violence to repeated violations of my home, car, and garage in recent years and months, I am tired of hearing law enforcement oppose this bill in the name of crime survivors. I am tired of hearing law enforcement speak over me and the many folks of color, crime survivors, and racial justice organizations who support this bill as desperately needed harm reduction for our communities. We should all demand that law enforcement stop raising the mantle of crime victims and racial justice as cover for their bid to maintain the total discretion to arrest and cage people at will, even for the lowest level offenses. Given the terror that this discretion has wrought on communities of color in particular, it is entirely appropriate and in fact required as a life-saving measure to rein in police discretion, to arrest people for low-level offenses and for those who do not pose a safety risk. That is precisely what this bill does. Colleagues, this bill will enhance public safety, will lead to fewer people dying or suffering broken arms or suffering mental health crises inside our jails. And I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 273.
Any further discussion? Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Madam President. So on seconds and now on thirds, we've heard a significant and wide-ranging debate on this. We've heard from experts, lawyers, paralegals, law enforcement officials, former. At the end of the day, the question that we are called upon to ask and answer is, does this bill, 273, which if it's not a redux of 62, it certainly is an echo of 62, make our communities safer or less safe? Now, we all who've been around lawmaking, as all of us have, or those of us who've had the opportunity to serve on a judiciary committee, which I did for 4 years in the House, talk about a portfolio of interesting issues. You've learned the phrase that tough facts or difficult facts can make bad law. There are sensational cases at large that we have all seen that turn our stomachs. I think every single one of us. Some of the bad facts where law enforcement is engaged in an inappropriate way. And generally, not always, but generally, and I think as a matter of rule, those bad situations are dealt with. It's corrected within the system. Bad actors, in fact, whether they wear a badge and carry a gun or not, bad actors end up being appropriately dealt with through the justice system, the justice process. There is a certain element of this particular bill that causes me to ponder, will we choose to not interact, engage at all on low-level offenses? Will these low-level offenses just disappear from society? I think not. I think they will still be challenging. I think they will be difficult, and we need to figure out a way to manage those. This bill has a perspective on how to do it. It simply says, let's just take a timeout essentially on that. The reality is there is information that is instructive to that process of taking a timeout. Utah, as a state, took a timeout. It was a brief timeout. About 6 months later, they said, you know what, we need to kind of go back to the way we were doing it before. This is not working so well. California took a timeout. And then the voters put the matter to themselves. They brought it to the ballot and by a significant margin said, this is not working for us. We don't want to do that. New York, similar sort of thing. So I think it's important that we ask ourselves the question. Now, it has been said at this mic that that law enforcement has a fundamental misunderstanding. I would say I don't think so. We are fortunate to serve with someone who spent 34 years on the beat and in supervision at various levels of law enforcement, learning inside and out the details and minutiae of this. And I think that augurs toward a clear understanding, not a fundamental misunderstanding, but a clear understanding of what this bill would do, whether it makes us safer or not. I've had multiple interactions with my district attorney and asked questions, had dialogue on, does this element make us safer or less safe? And the answer that I come back to, and the answer, quite frankly, that the people of Colorado are asking us to determine is, will this bill, 273, make our communities safer or less safe? It is my considered conclusion, in consultation with the DAs, with law enforcement, and quite frankly with my colleagues who are bringing the bill, that in fact it seeks to do something. It's an interesting policy prescription, but I do not believe at the end of the day it will make our communities more safe. And therefore, I will be a no vote on 273. And I appreciate the conversation, I appreciate the debate, I appreciate the effort to find a better way forward. I just don't think this is that better way forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President. So the good senator from Lundeenville really stole my thunder. One of the things that we heard from this podium is that law enforcement and particularly some of the members of this body don't understand In fact, I heard that they have a fundamental misunderstanding of how the criminal justice system works. You know, when I try to decide who to believe and who to listen to, I think that those folks who have been in this field, in this profession for dozens of years, hold a lot more authority and have a lot more experience than those of us from the outside. And I've had similar opportunity to speak with those in my county and to learn some things about how this bill works and how it will work. One of the things that was asserted up here is that the victims overwhelmingly supported this bill. Now, there were certainly a few folks who showed up at committee who stayed up late to hear some things and explain why they supported this bill. But some of those who spoke in support, although they may have the word victim in the name of their group and their organization, some of those victim groups have other motives that don't really fit with this. What was clear is that crime is out of control. We've heard statistics that over the last several months, crime is growing everywhere. Boulder, Aurora. And a bill like this will not make our communities safer. I think the sponsors start from a great place. I think the intent is good. There are some folks who deserve some grace. They deserve a chance to be released into the community, and they might not reoffend. There may not be future victims. From that perspective, I think that this bill starts down a good path. However, at the same time, this bill will clearly result in many criminals being released back into the community. Some of those are not going to be the same good folks who deserve that grace. Some of the folks who were released back into the community because of this bill will steal, rob, rape, and murder. The people of Colorado will see crime rates increase because of this bill. There will be many more victims in the state of Colorado if this bill passes today. So I urge a no vote.
Further discussion. Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam President. I was in a lot of discussions in regards to this bill in the earlier version, back and forth, going to the senator from El Paso, the bill sponsor, with concerns from my constituents, concerns from my community. And then at that point, the community was my city council, my mayor, my district attorney, my sheriff. And then another part of my community stepped up to talk and to approach me. I heard an argument here from the senator from Monument ask, does this make our community safer or less safe? My community, South Denver, suburbs, pretty safe. There's been an uptick in crime, but it hasn't been because of this bill. This bill hasn't passed yet, and it has been because of what's happening in this bill. That's my community that I relate to as a white male. But when we define community, we define it as a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. So when I ask that question, does it make our community safer or less safe? I have to ask that community. And the community within the community of my district, that represents people who are disabled, who have dementia, who are people of color, said, yes, this makes our community more safe. And the grace that was given to me by that community and the community who was concerned about this bill and by the bill sponsor to help figure out what were our concerns. So I believe this version of this bill, this brand new version, is 273, addresses many of the concerns that I heard in the back and forth. Fortunately for myself, if I'm pulled over because my tags have expired and I get out of my van, minivan, because I'm trying to check the license plate number so that I can go online while the police officer is back in this cruiser writing me a ticket, I'm trying to figure out if I can renew it real quick after he writes me the ticket. And the police officer comes back with some concern and says, "Sir, you should not get out of your car." And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have the updated registration. I'm trying to, figure out what my license plate number is." I wasn't fearful. And the police officer wasn't fearful because of who I am, because of my community that I belong to. So, in that regard, when we talk about our communities, I believe this makes our communities safer. I don't have a time machine or a crystal ball to tell you what's going to happen, but I believe in doing what I think is the best for these communities who have for too long been targeted. And I ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, thanks to all my colleagues for weighing in on this discussion. Just a couple of final wrap-up points to tie this together. Recitations of present crime as a predictor of future crime is invalid and inappropriate, particularly with regard to a bill that hasn't gone into effect. Second point I want to make is judges make bond decisions based on criteria. They analyze very carefully the character, the crime, the offenses of the individuals. So the recitations about people being released on 8 bonds is not something related to this bill. It's something to bring up with the Judge or Judicial Performance Commission. This bill is about reducing the violence. I urge us to pass this bill in the name of Marvin Booker. I ask that we pass this bill in the name of Charlotta Evans, whose 3-year-old baby was killed in a drive-by shooting, who comes and testifies and talks to this Senate and House committees and has said to us, "I am tired of hearing law enforcement speak on behalf of survivors when they argue that more police and more prisons will protect us. It didn't protect Kason or the many victims in my community. Incarcerating people whose crimes are missing a court date or sleeping on a park bench does not help crime survivors or repair the harm that we have suffered." Let's pass this bill in the name of Karen Garner, who was, as you have heard, subdued, arrested, and could have been given a ticket for shoplifting $14 worth of goods. Let's pass this bill in the name of Michael Marshall, who was unable to pay a $100 bond at a Denver jail, had a psychiatric episode, and died. Let's pass this bill for Jared Thistle and scores of other men and women who have died who need not have died if we stop arresting people for low-level offenses. Thank you, colleagues.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 273. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Priola, Smallwood, Janal, Minority Leader, Lundin, Simpson, Gardner, Liston, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Coram, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Scott.
Do you have Woodward? Woodward's a no. Okay. We thought he wasn't here. Okay, we're good.
With a vote of 19 ayes, 16 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, 273 is passed. Co-sponsors for Senate Bill 273, Senators Gonzalez, Finberg, Coleman, Buckner, Story, Kolker. Senator Buckner, I have you. Hawkes Lewis. Co-sponsors on 273, Moreno. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 281?
Senate Bill 281 by Senators Hansen and Rankin and Representative McCluskey and Ransom concerning severance tax revenue.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 281 on second reading.
And Appropriations Committee report?
Thank you. And the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. Yeah, no big changes in appropriations. Urge your support of appropriations report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those no. Opposed say no. The ayes have it and the report is adopted. There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L001.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L001 to Senate Bill 281.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, L001 simply specifies the different stakeholder groups that we want to make sure are involved in this work over the interim, and then make sure that that report and feedback comes to the Joint Budget Committee and the General Assembly by December 15th, 2021, which will give us opportunity to act on that feedback. So urge your support of L1.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L002?
L002 to Senate Bill.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L002.
To the amendment.
This amendment is basically a technical amendment. We've discovered a conflict with, potentially conflict with House Bill 1242. This would avoid an amendment that would have been required in the House or in third reading, so I urge a yes vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Any discussion? Senator Rankin.
No discussion, urge a yes vote. This is an important bill which actually takes care of some lingering issues with severance tax spending in the Department of Revenue. Department of Natural Resources, I apologize.
Motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 281. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1298?
House Bill 1298 by Representative Amabile and Woodrow and Senators Gonzalez and Pedersen, concerning the conditions under which a firearm transfer may be prohibited following a background check and in connection therewith requiring approval of a firearm transfer prior to a transfer by a licensed dealer, establishing grounds for denying a transfer and clarifying the process to appeal a denied transfer.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, it is an honor to bring forward House Bill 1298, and we move House Bill 1298 and the SVMA committee report and ask for an aye vote.
To the SVMA committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, we enacted a number of amendments to strike menacing, to clarify and amend the citation regarding a violation of a protection order, and also amended the cruelty to animal citation. I ask for an aye vote on the SVMA report.
Is there any discussion on the SVMA committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is incredibly important for us to address the pandemic of gun violence that we have seen here in Colorado and across this country. Thoughts and prayers are really important, but policy is what our communities are begging us to do. And so we've done the work. We've done the research. And we've learned that states that have expanded the scope of their background checks have seen impressive results. 53% fewer law enforcement officers have been shot and killed in the line of duty. 47% fewer women are shot by their intimate partners. And cities in the states that have enacted similar legislation have seen a 48% reduction in gun trafficking. I could go through and tell you all of the facts and statistics and figures and data and reports that we have seen that drives the intention behind House Bill 1298. And yet, colleagues, it is the stories of people directly impacted by gun violence that has been gut-wrenching and moving and drives the impetus forward for us to enact this bill. We heard testimony from people who had survived gunshot wounds from their intimate partners. We heard the stories of a young man who was lucky enough to not be working at the King Soopers just a few weeks ago in Boulder. We heard stories from people who are begging us to act. And so, colleagues, it is an honor to bring forward this policy alongside the good senator from Lakewood, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it is my honor to be a prime sponsor on this bill. Growing up in Colorado, I was born here. I went to Chatfield High School, and we all remember where we were the day that Columbine happened. I had just gotten back from my choir concert in Florida. We were all coming back in a bus from our big trip. We had our suitcases, and all of our doors were locked and we were notified that we couldn't leave the building. And it turns out that there was a mass shooting happening that the tragedy swept across the United States, across the world, watching what was happening here in Colorado. As you know, Chatfield, we're very close to Columbine. Many of my friends went to Columbine. My neighbor was actually targeted, was called out in the journals of the murderers. And it was a shocking day. But unfortunately, that has become all too common in Colorado and across the United States. Since Columbine happened, we've had 7 mass shootings actually since 1993. And the latest took place in Boulder, Colorado. Unfortunately, too many of our policies come after the fact, when we look back at what we could have done, what we need to do better. He was convicted of a violent misdemeanor charge in 2017. This bill, if this was enacted, he would not have been able to purchase his weapon. So what this bill does, it not only addresses extending these misdemeanor background checks that are indicative of future violent behaviors, we're also closing the Charleston loophole. Why this matters is that there are times where depending on what's happening in our country, and in Colorado, we have a surge of people who are applying for a background check in order to get weapons. And last year alone, I think it went up 47%, the amount of people who are applying to get weapons last year. And so when you have that backlog, and you're unable to do these background checks, and this wasn't just happening in Colorado, this is across the nation. What happens now, unless we actually close the Charleston loophole, is that if your background check isn't completed within 3 days, it's up to the firearm dealer on whether or not they're going to give you or sell you a weapon. That does not make sense. Unfortunately, in Charleston, the person who was able to access this firearm under this loophole showed up to a church with people who were there worshiping and killed nine people, targeted because they were black. He would not be able to, he had a felony charge. He would not have been able to get this weapon. So we are doing 2 different pieces of this bill that are common sense measures to decrease gun violence in our state. And I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rise in opposition to 1298. And it's like, here we go again. We're going to do something, whether it means anything or not, because that way we can go tell our constituents, hey, we did something about gun violence. Another feel-good bill that will do absolutely nothing to protect the citizens of Colorado. You know, we already have background checks. And, you know, in 2013, that was going to be the cure-all. We're going to do background checks, and we're not going to have any more shootings. We're not going to have any more mass shootings, because now we have background checks. And we closed the gun show loophole. Well, we saw how well that worked. Hey, you know what we're going to do? We're also, back then, we're going to limit magazine bans, or magazine capacity. So we banned those, because that's going to stop shootings. Yeah, that worked really well, too. This bill will do absolutely nothing once again. But again, we can go back, man, we did something really important. We're making you feel good. Because, you know, feeling good is going to protect you. This piece of paper is worthless that it's written on, but this piece of paper is going to protect you. Because you know why? Because we said so. We in the legislature, we know how to stop this. Again, we're 100 professionals who make amateurish decisions. I'm a little confused on a couple things. So now we're expanding background check. We're adding certain violent crimes, as I heard. violent crimes. So you can't get a gun within 5 years. One of them, assault in the 3rd degree. I just heard that was a low-level crime just 5 minutes ago. Assault in the 3rd degree is a low-level crime. But now you can't exercise your constitutional right for 5 years. So I guess it's not a low-level crime. I guess it's a major crime. What else did I hear was a low-level crime? Cruelty to animals is a low-level crime, according to what we just heard. But yet, that low-level crime is in this bill, saying you can't get a firearm for 5 years. I guess I'm confused on whether these crimes are low-level or not. Let's at least be consistent, colleagues. Let's not be hypocrites and go out and tell our community, hey, we're doing something great. We're making 3rd-degree assault and cruelty to animals a high-level crime, on one hand, because we want you to feel good to prevent gun violence. But on the other hand, it's a low-level crime, so we really don't want law enforcement to be able to do anything about it. You know, I guess here again, this is a bill that's trying to find a solution to something. According to the fiscal note, they're trying to figure out how much this is going to cost and to form an estimate of the prevalence of this new crime. The fiscal note analyzed the existing offense of not conducting a background check for private sales. Class 1 misdemeanor. As for comparison, from 2017 to 18 to 19 to 20, so let's see, that's 17, 18, 19, 4 years. 4 years, 8 individuals have been convicted and sentenced for this crime. So we're going to have 8 people over 4 years that might get charged with this for trying to prevent them from exercising their constitutional right. Yeah, of all the persons, 7 were, or all 8 were male. So I'm trying to figure out what the purpose of this bill is, other than, like I said, to have our communities feel, hey, look, we didn't do anything really to protect you, but we want you to feel good. Because that's what this bill is. It's a knee-jerk reaction. It's a feel-good bill. So we can go to our respective communities and said, you're safer now. You're much safer because the bill that, when it's finally signed, this piece of paper will protect you from all harm. Don't worry about it. We got it covered. Colleagues, I'd ask for a no vote on this because, again, this bill will do nothing. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, rise in opposition to House Bill 1298. I've spoken before about, and Mr. Chair, I will bring this back to the bill. I want to relate just a little bit of history. Back in 2013, I served in the House, and my good friend, the Assistant Majority Leader here in the Senate, ran a bill, and I believe I was the first one up at the mic to argue against that bill. And I mean no disrespect to my good friend from Aurora. I know she believed in that bill. That bill limited magazine capacities for magazines that are purchased new, new acquisitions, to no more than 15 rounds. It was odd then, and it remains odd to me now, that some people considered that a ban on magazines of 15 rounds, or more than 15 rounds, because it wasn't. It wasn't a ban because those of us who had magazines that held more than 15 rounds before the effective date were allowed to keep them. And those who have them tend to have a lot of them. They're either a metal or a plastic box with a spring inside, a follower plate, and a base. It's 4 parts. And those parts can be assembled in a matter of seconds, 10, 15, 30 seconds. And all 4 of those parts are still sold to everyone, all of the public. I think even people who aren't allowed to purchase firearms, who would be denied a background check to purchase a firearm, can buy those individual parts. And for some reason, the press revisits that reality, and it's like sensational news that they've discovered this truth that we laid out in 2013 when that bill was introduced. It also, you know, it didn't confiscate property, and it didn't prohibit the sale of the property, because those in law enforcement or active military can still buy the fully assembled magazines, more than 15 rounds, in retail stores throughout Colorado. My son is a deputy sheriff, and it's legal for him to buy those new. It's not legal for me or my wife or my other son, who's of adult age, to buy those parts assembled. But there are dealers who will sell the 4 parts individually, and we can put those together, or anyone who chooses to do that can do that. So with that perspective, I remember being the first one at the mic in 2013 to argue against that bill. And while I'm not the first one to the mic to argue against this bill, I see some similarity. Some people might think that if House Bill 1298 becomes law, that if a person attempts to buy a firearm and has one of these violent felonies, that he or she will be denied a background check and therefore denied the purchase of the weapon. Pretty simple, right? Yeah. Do the people outside the Capitol who support 1298 understand that the person with that violent misdemeanor, if I said felony before, I apologize, I may have said felony, violent misdemeanor, but a person who would be covered by this bill, the connection back to the MAGBAN bill, would the person with the violent misdemeanor be required to turn in his or her firearms? No, that's not what this bill does. And I think that some people out there in the world who've advocated for this bill have made an incorrect assumption that it would. So if the person has done something that would deny them to buy another firearm, do the supporters out there in the world understand that if he or she already has 1 or 5 or 10 or more firearms, this wouldn't require them to turn it in? So the premise is that people who've committed violent misdemeanors wouldn't be able to do that, I guess. Now, I pointed out the realities about the MAGBAN back in 2013, and when I ran the first bill out of the House to repeal the MAGBAN in 2014, I talked about it then. And then in 2015, when I had been elected to this chamber, I ran a bill to repeal the MAGBAN from this chamber, and that bill had 21 sponsors and votes. My caucus only had 18 members in it, so that means that 3 members of the other caucus co-sponsored that bill and voted for it. Because some folks who were here then and who are still here, one of them's gone, understood that the bill didn't really do what supporters said it would do at the outset. And then we looked at research from that 2013 bill back in 2015. I think my friend from Weld County helped provide us some data from sheriffs. And at that time, the only people who had been charged with a crime for being in possession of a magazine over 15 rounds were people who had committed serious, major felony level crimes. And then, after the criminal was apprehended, it was discovered that he or she had one or more magazines in his or her possession that held 15 rounds. And it was a tack on. Nobody really got arrested or went to jail because of that. Will anybody get arrested or go to jail because of this? I think the answer is no. I'm not an attorney, but I think the answer is no, you can't buy a new firearm. Okay, I'm a no vote. I had one gentleman explain this. Now, I just said I'm not an attorney, but I had one gentleman come to me and explain, who had legal advice, that his understanding of House Bill 1298 was that you could be on this list and denied the purchase of a firearm for a 5-year period for abandoning your cat or dog. Cruelty to animals. Now, I don't know. I don't know, because I'm not an attorney, but the gentleman who shared this with me was pretty adamant, and I'm a cat lover, my wife has dogs, I don't like pet abandonment. But what happens, just theoretically, has anybody ever had a cat or a dog run away? See, in my neighborhood, we have a lot of coyotes. And when a cat goes missing, we see signs in our neighborhood, missing cat. Nope. They're not often found. But what happens if, say you're in a divorce proceeding, and an angry spouse says, he or she, the other one, abandoned our house pet? Was it amended out? Thank you. The sponsor just shared with me that part was amended out, and I appreciate that. This perspective was shared with me from a constituent when the bill had been introduced. It's that level of frustration that people have, people who own firearms and intend to buy more firearms, that might be an unintended consequence of such bills. I believe that the sponsors are trying to do something to prevent violent people from obtaining firearms. I believe that. I know them. I don't agree with the bill, but I know them, and I believe their intent to be sincere. But the bill is lacking. It doesn't accomplish that goal. It does accomplish the ability to go out in the world, and I'm sure our friends in the media will report this continually, that those of you who support the bill did something, but apply it. This is a bill that came out after the tragic events in Boulder. Would this have prevented that person from purchasing the firearm? Maybe, maybe not. But are we really addressing the problem? I think earlier today we voted on a bill. We have looked at allocations of money for mental health. And I'm grateful to my friend from Douglas County and other members of our caucus who are focusing more on that. See, I thought in 2013, when I voted no on all those bills, those so-called gun control bills, I call them citizen control bills, I voted no on all those. And in 2018, I didn't get to vote on the red flag bill that year, but one of the committees here killed that bill. And then in 2019, I voted no. I voted no on the bills before in this session. I'll vote no on this one. But what I'm truly interested in is trying to work on mental health. What I've said on this bill and prior bills, I don't deny that there's a problem, but I don't think it's the fault of the inanimate object. I don't think it's the fault of the metal or the steel or the wood, the plastic, the materials that are used to make the firearm, any more than it's the fault of the motor vehicle used in some sort of, attack. We've seen that around the world, people using motor vehicles to drive into crowds of people, or a knife. See, I don't think it's the fault of the inanimate object. I think it's the fault of the criminal who decides to take the life or the lives of other people. So if such a person is out there and they already own firearms, and this bill says they wouldn't be able to buy another one because of a violent misdemeanor, does anybody really think that that's going to stop them from committing a violent act? I don't think so. I don't think so. I have as much confidence in this as I did in the mag ban, the 2013 bill. And many of us asked back then, do you think that people who want 30-round standard size magazines for a semi-auto rifle, do you think they won't consider driving to Cheyenne? Or people who live in Grand Junction, driving all the way over to Utah, or down in the Trinidad, Pueblo area, gosh, driving all the way down to New Mexico, it's a beautiful drive. Members, I don't question the sincerity of the sponsors. But I see 1298 as yet another example of a tragic event has happened, and somebody, I think, in politics once said, never let a crisis go to waste. And this allows people to say, we did something, they did something. I see this as not very much and the wrong thing to do. Don't make it harder on law-abiding. Don't count on background checks. They have failed us. It's an imperfect system. Let's focus on mental health. Let's focus on helping people who need it the most. That, I think, we can accomplish some good. But here, I think, really the net outcome is the supporters can say they did something. Ask for a no vote on 1298.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to come back up and correct something that I said. I included the cruelty to animals in there. I went back and did check the committee report, and that was stricken. So thank you for the sponsors for pointing that out. Appreciate it. Was I awake? Anyway, we digress. But anyway, but again, third-degree assault is still in there in this, and again, I don't know if that's a low-level crime or not. I too was down here in 2013, not in this chamber, but as sheriff, testifying against the background checks bill back then, because I knew a sheriff, as well do most of the sheriffs, agreed that the bill won't do anything because criminals are not going to get a background check. You know, a guy selling an illegal gun to a meth dealer isn't going to say, hey, buddy, before, you know, give you this gun for that meth, we need to go get a background check. It's just not going to happen. The Department of Justice back, it's been like in 2013, somewhere in there, went into the prisons, went into federal prisons to interview people that used firearms in the commission of a crime, to find out where they got those firearms. And I don't have the exact numbers anymore because obviously I can't even remember a committee report, let alone something that I read, you know, back in 2013. But a vast majority, well over 60–70% of the guns at that time, they got their guns by stealing them, breaking into people's homes, stealing them from gun stores, or purchasing them on the black market. Only a small percentage, very small. And then there were some other categories. I believe it was less than just 1 or 2%. Used those guns where they got them legally. They had the gun, they bought it from a gun store, bought it legally, and then used that gun in the commission of a crime. Very, very small percentage. You know, the other part about this bill that bothers me is that under federal law, the results of a background check are required to be done in 3 days, and then the licensee gun dealer can authorize the transfer. You know, I think this provision was in there so that federal and state agencies could not intentionally delay or impede a person's right to a firearm. Now I believe you get 60 days here in the state of Colorado. And like the good senator, not from Parker, from Douglas County, you know, back in 13, I told my constituents, hey, if you want a 30-round magazine, go to Wyoming, because they're still legal there. If you don't want to wait 60 days, you know, maybe people will go to Wyoming that live up in Weld or Larimer County or Logan County. Or they might go to Kansas or Utah or Arizona, or maybe New Mexico, Oklahoma, all the states that border us. Again, this bill will not stop gun violence. And then next time we have a tragedy, we'll be back with even more gun control to use against our citizens. So I'd ask for a no vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just briefly wanted to come up here and to clarify that when I moved the committee report, I did make the references to amendments L027, L30, and L32, which, and specifically to the minority leaders and the good senator from Weld County's questions. We did amend that cruelty to animals citation. And so I want, I want to speak to that, not only to make reference to it as we're discussing the passage of the committee report, but because nuance and specificity when we're talking about this issue really matters. And so I want to just acknowledge that, I want to name that, and because I think it really is important. We're not talking about an overbroad policy. We're not saying all misdemeanors, and we're also not saying that this is going to be a permanent prohibition, because I believe in the power of rehabilitation, because I believe in the power of transformation. But we do think that if someone is convicted of a crime that includes sexual assault, child abuse, crimes against an at-risk person, possession of an illegal weapon, that those are instances in which maybe they shouldn't be able to purchase a new gun, a new firearm. And two, specifically, the provision that remains in House Bill 1298, cruelty to animals. I want to just cite quickly to 189202, subsection 1A. A person commits cruelty to animals if he or she knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence overdrives, overloads, overworks, torments, deprives of necessary sustenance, unnecessarily or cruelly beats, allows to be housed in a manner that results in chronic or repeated serious physical harm, carries or confines or in or upon any vehicle in a cruel or reckless manner, engages in a sexual act with an animal, or otherwise mistreats or neglects any animal, or causes or procures it to be done, or having the charge or custody of any animal, fails to provide it with proper food, drink, or protection from the weather consistent with the species, breed, and type of animal involved, or it abandons an animal. That is what remains in statute. Also, a person commits cruelty to animal if he or she recklessly or with criminal negligence tortures, needlessly mutilates, or needlessly kills an animal. That's what remains here in this bill. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1298. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1298 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 200?
Senate Bill 200 by Senators Winter, Moreno, and Representative Jackson concerning measures to further environmental protections and in connection therewith adopting measures to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases and adopting protections for disproportionately impacted communities.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 200 lay over until tomorrow, May 28th.
The motion is for Senate Bill 200 to be laid over tomorrow, May 28th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 200 will be laid over to tomorrow. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee to rise and report.
Motion for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. I'm remembering. What's up, man? You too. Good job. Is this it? Okay, you're holding it? Just want to make sure. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about, man.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Would the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report had in consideration the following tax bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 281 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered and engrossed and placed in calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1298 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised and placed in calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 200 laid over until May 28th and retained its place in the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 281 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered and engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1298 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 200 laid over into 52821, retaining its place on the calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments. Will the clerk please read the appointments to the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund?
Members of the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund for terms expiring April 15, 2025. Rick Palacio of Denver, Colorado, Democrat and a resident, 1st Congressional District, appointed. Craig Allen Hughes of Edward, Colorado, Democrat and a resident, 3rd Congressional District and West of the Continental Divide, appointed. Brenda J. May of Lamar, Colorado, an unaffiliated and a resident of the 4th Congressional District and representing agricultural interests, appointed. Antonio Felipe Rosendo of Colorado Springs, Colorado, Democrat and a resident of the 5th Congressional District, appointed. Patricia Glazer Imhoff of Greenwood Village, Colorado, Democrat and resident, 6th Congressional District, appointed. Thomas Mitchell Lee of Greenwood Village, Colorado, Republican and resident, 6th Congressional District, appointed. Carrie Nicole Curtis of Golden, Colorado, Democrat and a resident, 7th Congressional District, appointed.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the appointment of the members listed for the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund Board.
Members, those names are listed in your calendar. Is there any discussion? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I voted no on all of these members in committee. And I did talk to the members individually each afterwards. And my objection is not to them as individuals who were nominated. My objection is to the process. I've been talking for a couple of years here about diversity, geographic diversity, diversity on the boards and commissions. So I don't think there's anybody nominated here that is not qualified. Let me clarify that. But the problem that I have, and we keep harping, we just signed a bill this week, I guess the end of last week, that said that the boards and commissions need to have diversity, not only in ethnicity, but geographic. So the reason that I was a no on these, and it's not their fault, if you take the 6 members, the first member, Rick Palacio, lives in the Denver area, so that's about a 10-mile commute. Craig Allen Hayes lives in Edwards, that's 110. Brenda May's from down in Lamar, that's 207 miles. Antonio Rosendo is 68 miles, Colorado Springs. Paul Glazer Imhoff is 15 in Greenwood Village, and Mr. Lee is 15. So if you average these 6 members up, there's 70 miles. They're basically an hour out of Denver. What I complained about, the reason I was a no, I do not know which side of the I-70 the person living in Denver or the one that's on the board right now lives in Golden. That's not very far north of I-70. And what happens is an entire section, probably more than 1/3 of the state of Colorado, has no representation on this board. That is from Kansas to Utah, north of I-70. There's no representation. So I just want to point out that the hypocrisy of how we're doing boards and commissions. I know this is put together by staff, but the citizens of Colorado need to be adequately represented, and by race, color, creed, sexual orientation, social standing, whatever you want to say. But you can't take 1/3 of the state, more than 1/3 of the state, and just flat ignore them, that send the message that you're not important, you don't have a voice. So I was a no in committee. I will be a no on the floor.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like the good senator from Montrose, and I'm a little upset about the diversity or lack thereof, and I'm going to ask for a no vote on them and these people, and I tend to agree. I don't know them, but I'm sure they'll do fine. But once again, the governor's doing it again. If you look at these appointments, you know, a Democrat for 1st Congressional District, that's probably appropriate. That's a Democrat district. For the 2nd, a Democrat. For the 3rd, a Democrat for the 3rd Congressional, which I believe is a Republican district. Then we have an unaffiliated for the 4th Congressional District. You know, the 4th Congressional is probably one of the most Republican districts, not only in the state of Colorado, but in the entire country. Entire country. And yet, there's an unaffiliated being nominated for this board. Democrat for the 5th, Democrat for the 6th, one Republican for the 6th, and a Democrat for the 7th. One Republican, all the rest Democrats, except for maybe the unaffiliated, but I'm not sure where the Brenda May swings as far as Democrat-Republican, but if it's true, if it holds up like what the governor normally does, I'm sure the person is former Democrat. So I would ask for a no vote, and I'd say, Governor, you know, you mentioned to us the last time this came up that you were going to be more conscientious about putting people on boards, but yet you haven't. Now, we're eating Chinese over here, and my fortune cookie happened to say, first great gift we can bestow on others is a good example. Hey, Governor, be a good example. Be a good example to the state. And let's have political diversity as well, and geographic diversity. But let's have political diversity. Be a good example, Governor, to the state. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had the opportunity to sit in on the committee, replace a member when these folks were considered. And I share the perspective of my good friend from Montrose. I don't have any interest really in voting against any of these nominees, the appointees. I'm a little bit skeptical. A couple of them have more experience as political consultants than things associated with GOCO, but that's not why I voted no in committee and why I will vote no again, and ask you to please consider joining us in voting no. My understanding of this slate is there's no one being nominated who lives west of Edwards. Now, Edwards is west for a lot of us, but there's a lot of Colorado west of Edwards. And my understanding is there's no one nominated who lives north of I-70. And a few of you live north of I-70. But there's nobody nominated north of I-70. There's two people from the Eastern Plains, both of whom live in the Arkansas Valley, which is a wonderful place in the world, but the Arkansas Valley apparently has two representatives, but say up in northeast Colorado, where a good friend from Sterling lives, no representation there. And I'm frustrated. We ended the session, I believe, last year before, I think it was last year, and my friend from Montrose was making a point along these lines. Colorado is a diverse state. We're diverse geographically. We are a diverse people. And there could only be strength, in my opinion, by having people more evenly distributed representing the state of Colorado. My first home in Colorado was in Glenwood Springs. That's west of Edwards, and you're just getting started. My friend from Montrose has brought, remember you're handing a list of really small type to a person who has dyslexia, so I'm not sure what I'm going to learn from this. Be better to whisper. But we've worked together on amendments to the Long Bill to fund roads. 141. Boy, you want to get west of Edwards. You're not quite in Utah, but there's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of land. Now, there's not as many people as, say, live here in the Metro Denver area, the highest population density, But why do we keep seeing this? It's not just this slate, but since our current governor took office, it seems to be more metro-centric. It's more in the Denver metro area or the I-25 corridor. And yeah, there's more people there. But most of the state isn't. And there's diversity in communities. If you go down into Four Corners, beautiful. But the difference just between Four Corners and Durango, the largest city, metro area in the Four Corners area, huge diversity difference in the people you'll meet and interact with in Four Corners than the people you would meet with and interact with just a little bit northeast of Four Corners in Durango. And you go up to the Good Center for Montrose community, very different from Durango. Just on the western slope, but none of that area has any representation here. Is that correct still? Highway 50 South. Have you ever been on Highway 50? I think we've heard about Highway 50 before. It's closed right now, most of the day. But once we're done here, members, get in your car and drive up to the good senator from Vales District, Gunnison, Colorado. It's beautiful. And go out by Blue Mesa Reservoir and then head west to Montrose. Take a cooler with you, have some water and some snacks. Maybe you take a folding chair or something because you'll probably be sitting along the highway unless you get there at exactly the right time to get through because Highway 50 is closed. But back to a lot of the days, a lot of the hours during the day. Back to this list. I'm willing to vote yes on all these folks. I'm not voting against them because of their political affiliation or even their careers. I'm just asking, when will we start to see true representation of Colorado? Every time we pass one of those bills and we say, you know, the president, the minority leader, the speaker, the minority leader, maybe the majority leaders, the governor, somebody gets to appoint somebody to something. We put in all these criteria. Do you remember the one about paid family leave in that summer? We had that list of people in the leadership. We were all trying to figure out who appoints whom. And they were so complex we couldn't figure it out. How do we find the right number of people with the right number of credentials from the right places and all that? It's so challenging. But here, it seems like for GOCO, why wouldn't we have somebody representing the great outdoors of Colorado? Not a lot of people, not a lot of population density, but like everything west of Edwards. You could make a state out of that. You could make a country out of that. The diversity in geography there. But there's nobody on the GOCO, Great Outdoors Colorado. If you want to see some great outdoors in Colorado, go see what's west of Edwards. And in Weld County. Anyway, I'm on my soapbox. It was hard. I appreciate the leadership of my friend from Montrose in committee because he was prepared to talk about this, and all I had to do was say no. And then on my way back from committee, I was met by a representative of the governor's office who said, you know, oh, you didn't like our appointees? I was like, no, your appointees are fine people. Two of them, yeah, they're political consultants, but what about the rest of Colorado? This is Great Outdoors Colorado. That's what this appointment is to. And this huge expanses of the great outdoors of Colorado, no representation. Ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Senator Quorum, followed by Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to elaborate, basically this 16-member board, the entire third of northern Colorado is left out. The entire third of southern Colorado, south of Highway 550, is left out. So this whole board is I-25 dominant as long as you're in the center of the state. I I'm not happy about voting no, because I think these are good people. I talked to them afterwards. But if we do not, as this body, if we do not send a message to the first floor that there is more to Colorado than the center third, we are shirking our duty as representatives and senators of the state of Colorado.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So these members that we are considering their appointment of today is not the in total board. It's half of it. But I'll just read, just for sake of discussion, because it proves some of the points but disproves others of the points. So this is of who would be on the GOCO board if we appoint these members. Denver, Boulder, Breckenridge, Pueblo, Edwards, Lamar, La Junta, Colorado Springs, Greenwood Village, Golden, Wheat Ridge, and then there's 3 other members that serve as representatives of the state agencies, and I only know 2 of the 3 towns, and that's Breckenridge and Glenwood Springs. I guess to further this discussion, because I think this is a frustration that is felt generally, at times more strongly than others, but the law says 2 members from each of Colorado's 7 congressional districts. No 2 members from 1 congressional district can be from the same political party. 1 member of the board must represent agricultural interests. 2 members must live west of the Continental Divide. And then the executive director of the Colorado Department of Natural Resources and 2 representatives from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. So if we continue to see these frustrations on appointments, then we probably need to start going back and revising the law to make it achieve the goals that people would like to see within these appointments. But as the appointments are in front of us, they do not meet the statute. So if this is truly an ongoing frustration felt by the majority of this chamber, then we need to go back and revising the statutes to achieve the goals that we would like to see. But Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to expound a little bit, but I do renew my motion for the appointees that are listed for the Great Outdoors Colorado Board.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of the governor's appointments on the state board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund. Are there any no votes? Senators Scott, Gardner, Lundin, Sonnenberg, Liston, Heisey, Minority Leader, Cook, Kirkmeyer, Quorum, Rankin, Smallwood, Priola, Woodward. With 21 aye votes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Announcements. Sir Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 announcements. First, I wanted to announce the Capitol Commission will be meeting at 8 a.m. instead of 7:15 a.m. on Tuesday morning in 0109 in the basement. And second, the good senator from Denver, also chair of appropriations, asked me to make the announcement that Appropriations Committee will be hearing a number of bills tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in LSBB. Thank you.
Message from the House.
May 27th, Mr. President, House has passed third reading, transmitted to Supervisor Statutes, House Bills 1310, 1315, 1317, 1321, amendments printed to the House Journal May 26th.
Announcements. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I need to ask to be excused tomorrow to attend a funeral.
The good senator from Adams County, for what day, Senator? Will be excused for 5/28/21. Please consult with the minority leader and majority leader. Senator Winter. Senator Winter and Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. We request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted to the two of you. Go ahead.
Members, it is not just the rubber band ball that is missing. There is a cookie the majority leader is missing, but RBG, Kamala,
RBGs, plural.
and Elizabeth Warren from my desk are missing. They are with the rubber band ball, and I demand to know if they had consent for whatever they're doing, and they need to come back to my desk along with the rubber band ball. My action figures are missing along with the rubber band ball. This is very disturbing.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we don't need to go into too much detail. It's been almost a full week, though, colleagues. So fun and games is fun and games, but there's a contest coming up, hopefully sometime before Christmas, and it's no real secret that the Republican caucus was going to win the rubber band ball drop based on the intellectual property in the proprietary rubber band ball core. And if people really want to know that intellectual property, we can have an offline conversation. I can go into some detail, but what's important is that it's returned. And we can iron out all those differences later, but this is, we're a couple weeks behind now. This is a sample of the rubber bands that should be on the Republican Senate caucus rubber band ball, and I think a week has been plenty of time. We can go ahead and return the rubber band ball.
And my action figures.
Thank you.
Members, let me just remind you, members, that the Chief Sergeant is working diligently to resolve this case, and that if it is unsuccessful, we will involve the CSP, the Colorado State Patrol, which would be very uncustomary for the Colorado State Patrol to be in the Senate or the CBI. Senator Cora.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this is a moment of personal privilege, but I will ask for that because I do have a question on this.
Granted.
If we catch the perpetrator, will they be not able to buy a gun?
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege in response to the
Granted.
question asked in the moment of personal privilege. Thank you. House Bill 1298 actually, again, outlined with nuance and specificity the crimes and offenses that would limit eligibility, and theft of a rubber ball is not among the outlined statutes.
Announcements. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance will meet 15 minutes upon adjournment. We have 1323, 1306, and 1301.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I just want to let the members of Senate, State, Veterans, and Military Affairs know that we will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment in the old Supreme Court. We will be hearing a few appointments for the Board of Veterans Affairs, as well as House Bill 1229, House Bill 1313, and House Bill 1307 for action only. Thank y'all.
Members, Tomorrow, we just want to give everyone a heads up that Assistant Leader Cook and I will be grilling on the balcony again, hot dogs and hamburgers, along with some side dishes. A big thank you to the Minority Party for donating 15 pounds of hamburger meat. And the senator from Denver is bringing some of her famous green chili, permitted as long as it is not from New Mexico. Sarah Gonzalez.
Mr. President, I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
It will be chilly from the north side.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have a couple of House bills that they passed that we are going to get read across. We can act on those. You do not need to come back. We will not be doing any more floor work today. Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 2 p.m. today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in recess until 1400 hours today.